Committee to order. I want to state the obvious to our friends in the minority. This is twice. 30 minutes last time, 40 minutes this time. I can get every one of my members here and start on time. So please don't do this again. I'm sure it was important, but it's incredibly inconsiderate. Or I could have had all my members walk out and leave and let you guys come to an empty room 40 minutes late. So let's just not do that. That's all I'm asking. Just begin on time. Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody to today's meeting, regardless of the time at which you arrived. Today we'll be marking up our legislative branch appropriations measure for fiscal year 2026. We'll also be considering an updated report on our interim sub-allocations with an update on the legislative branch bill. Today marks the last markup of what has been a very busy week, the Appropriations Committee, and I thank you all for your hard work thus far. I know you have worked hard. It's my intention to complete all work on the legislative branch appropriations bill today, while we will obviously take a recess for 4 votes as needed. We will otherwise be here today until our work is completed, both on the legislative branch bill and on the interim sub-allocations. With that, we'll begin the markup. Our first order of business today is consideration of the legislative branch appropriations bill for fiscal year 2026. I'll now recognize Chairman Valadao to present the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. It's my pleasure to present the fiscal year 26 legislative branch appropriations bill and report for your consideration today. I appreciate the opportunity to work once again with Ranking Member Espaillat and the minority staff throughout the fiscal year 26 process. I'd also like to thank Chairman Cole and Ranking Member DeLauro for their continued leadership. We received a record number of requests from our colleagues and the members present today, and we had the pleasure of accommodating items from both sides of the aisle in a bipartisan manner. This bill provides a $5 billion, a 5.3% decrease from fiscal year 2025 enacted House level. By tradition, we do not consider Senate items in the House mark, but when we take them into account, the discretionary allocation is $6.7 billion, a $51 million decrease from fiscal year 2025 enacted CR. While we had to make a number of tough choices in this bill, we believe that as the legislative branch, it is our responsibility to lead by example and make responsible funding decreases where appropriate. As I mentioned in our subcommittee markup on Monday, we recognize the tragic events that recently took place in Minnesota, and I am deeply concerned and saddened by the increase in political violence in this nation. As appropriators, we have the responsibility to provide for the safety and security of members of Congress and the United States Capitol complex, and the bill under consideration today reflects our ongoing commitment to this duty. In 2017, the members' representative allowance was increased for the purpose of providing member security when they are away from the Capitol complex, and this bill continues to carry that increase. It also includes increased funding for the House Sergeant at Arms and the United States Capitol Police. I want to take a brief moment to highlight the funding requested by the U.S. Capitol Police for mutual aid reimbursements. As noted in the report, the department requested 5-year funds at the rate of $5 million per year for mutual aid. This bill provides $10 million for fiscal year 26, which is double the proposed annual amount. We intend to continue providing funds on an annual basis to ensure we are providing sufficient funding that is reflective of the growing needs at hand. I would also like to thank the House Sergeant at Arms and his team for the rapid manner in which they developed a number of proposals in consultation with members and leadership regarding additional security measures. In the days ahead, we look forward to discussing these proposals with our colleagues to determine most appropriate path forward. We plan to continue the discussion on security measures and recommend that we incorporate any needed changes when we conference with the Senate. Again, I'd like to thank members for their thoughtful contributions to fiscal year 26 legislative branch bill and report, and the staff from both House majority and minority. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, for remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Cole, and Ranking Member DeLauro, and of course, my good friend, Chairman Valadao, for this opportunity to discuss the fiscal year 2025 legislative branch bill. Particularly, I want to thank Mr. Valadeo for showing his interest in collaborating on a bipartisan effort with regards to some aspects of this bill that are important to all of us. I, like many elected officials in Congress and across the nation, are deeply concerned about member safety. My prayers continue to go out for the families and friends of Minnesota Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark Hortman, as well as Senator John Hoffman and his wife, Yvette. Mr. Chairman, member threats are on the rise. The Capitol Police is reporting 7,230 threats assessment cases so far this calendar year. This total is on pace to far exceed the 2024 total of 9,474 cases. There is no command of where these threats go. They go towards Republican members and Democratic members. And so, due to the rise of these threats and political violence in our country, we must prioritize the safety and well-being of members and their families. I want to also commend Congressmember Morelli for his tireless effort to take a deep dive into these issues and come up with some real proposals for all of us. I look forward to working across the aisle to work towards this goal. Turning to the bill, Mr. Chairman, thank you to the legislative branch staff, Faye Cobb, Lori Raleigh, April Lyman, and my legislative director, Nia Thomas, for their hard work. As you noted, the bill before us today, excluding the Senate items, contains $5 billion, which is a $272 million or 5% less than the fiscal year 2025 enacted levels, and a $1.3 billion allotment below the fiscal year 2026 request. The bill continues to fund essential agencies like the Capitol Police and supports some modernizations, infrastructure, and security initiatives. However, this bill is also filled with problems. It contains unnecessary, harmful policy riders that annihilate diversity programs, undermine LGBTQ plus rights, and excludes essential environmental effort provision. Additionally, this bill reduces the funding for the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, by almost 50%. Mr. Chairman, your committee's webpage says these cuts are necessary to curtail the agency's self-directed liberal initiative. I disagree. This is about the GAO having nearly 40 open investigations into whether the White House is illegally withholding money that we as a committee previously appropriated. Supporting the administration's actions that contravene the rule of law means the committee compromises its integrity and undermines public trust in the capacity to uphold justice. It is our job to fund the federal government, and it is the GAO's job to ensure the funding is spent as we, the Congress, intended. With this cut, 2,200 jobs will be lost. In addition, Congress will forego tens of billions in cost savings that result from GAO's work each year. If efficiency is the goal of both the GAO and the administration, then how does this action, as well as preventing the GAO to bring civil action under the Impoundment Act, makes sense? Mr. Chairman, does the Library of Congress really deserve to be cut 10%? Did the administration ask you to cut this agency because they disallowed Dodge access? Was it appropriate and legal to fire the librarian as it was done? The Library of Congress is a legislative branch agency, and Dodge has no business trying to gain access to our computer systems. This is not only a separation of powers concern, it is wholly unlawful. We cannot relinquish our ability to govern our agencies. If we are not going to see the power of the purse to the executive branch and not protect our own agency, what are we here for, Mr. Chairman? What is the point of the Appropriations Committee? Because there are too many concerns looming not enough funding available, and many requests still not considered, I cannot in good conscience support this bill, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman for his remarks. I now recognize myself for remarks on the bill. Thank you, Chairman Valadeo, Ranking Member Espaillat, and certainly my good friend, Ranking Member DeLaura, and all our members. We've had a busy FY26 appropriation schedule this week, and we're rounding it out with a markup for a bill fundamental to those duties. The legislative branch measure is central to our democracy. It supports the operations of the House on behalf of the American people and provides resources to help our constituents. Importantly, we exercise responsible governance by protecting key priorities and refocusing agencies on their core missions. This both safeguards taxpayer dollars and ensures proper operational scope of government. We uphold the safety of the Capitol complex for visitors, staff, and members, providing enhanced resources for the U.S. Capitol Police and House Sergeant-at-Arms. Whether in D.C. or during in-district proceedings, the protection of constituents and lawmakers is a priority. And I know it's an issue that will continue to be a focus as we move through this process. Chairman Valadeo's bill ensures the legislative branch can serve the public effectively while maintaining fiscal responsibility. I thank him, Ranking Member Espaillat, and the majority and minority staff for their hard work. I look forward to advancing this bill, and I commend all those who support it. With that, I yield back. I now recognize my good friend, the Ranking Member of the full committee, Ms. DeLaura, for her opening remarks.
Many thanks, Mr. Chairman, and I do treasure our friendship. So I thank you, and I thank Chairman Valadeo, Ranking Member Espaillat, and the majority and minority staff for your work on this bill, especially Faye Cobb. Since taking office, the Trump administration has stolen funding appropriated by our committee, passed by the House and Senate, and signed into law by the President for programs and services across the federal government. This bill's drastic cuts and constraints on the Government Accountability Office and the Library of Congress will inhibit our ability to hold government accountable and root out waste and fraud. The GAO's nonpartisan audits, analyses, and investigations are an invaluable asset to the American people in ensuring their government is not running afoul of the law it creates and enforces. GAO is one of our most valuable tools to improve efficiency and effectiveness across the government. It is astonishing that for all the talk about finding and rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, that House Republicans would defund the watchdog that is tasked with precisely that role. The only plausible explanation is that the majority and the administration, to which it is exceedingly loyal, is upset that GAO has repeatedly found that the White House is stealing funds away from taxpayers. We as appropriators and as members of Congress cannot tolerate this theft. They would defund the watchdog that alerts us to government malfeasance. A few of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have enjoyed the privilege of the administration's attention, and with limited success have begged them to unfreeze funding for offices and agencies in their districts. But that is not how the appropriations process should work. Funding your local Social Security office should not depend on the benevolence of the President of the United States. Funding is determined by the United States Congress. If the Appropriations Committee will not stand up and stand together and ensure that the resources we appropriate in law are dispersed so that people get the help they need, when we are living in a cost of living crisis, then why are we here? What are we doing this for? How can we possibly move forward without a shared agreement that what we do here is write laws? Additionally, House Republicans continue to show disrespect for the United States Capitol Police. Democrats and Republicans supported the creation of a plaque honoring the service and sacrifice of the law enforcement personnel who put their lives on the line to protect our democracy during the January 6th attack on the Capitol. This plaque was supposed to be in place by March 2023. It is a moving tribute. An image of it hangs outside my office, but House Republicans refuse to follow the law and hang it in the Capitol. Instead of using this bill to support the brave men and women who keep us safe and who kept us safe that day, this bill is shamefully silent. The majority has also once again included harmful riders that hurt our ability to attract and retain diverse and talented staff. And every one of us knows that it is our staff that keep our names on the door. The bill would create license to discriminate against LGBTQ+ people and block diversity programs. And I am frustrated that this bill continues to bar DACA recipients from legislative branch employment. This bill would make it more difficult for new moms to work in the legislative branch with fewer protections than they would have working in any other job across the federal government. These policies make it harder for us to build a workforce as diverse and talented as the country we serve. Before I close, there is another issue looming over this bill, and that is security for members of Congress. 2 Minnesota lawmakers and their spouses were shot in their homes, and tragically, Melissa Hartman and her husband were killed. Political violence should have no place in the United States, but time and again, we have seen horrific incidents targeting elected officials and their families. This is not and should not be a partisan dispute. It requires a nonpartisan response. As a former chair of the committee, I know that Chairman Cole would have given the subcommittee its allocation, and Chairman Valadao would have had to make most decisions about the content of this bill prior to the tragic attacks in Minnesota. While there are funds included in the bill to reimburse local law enforcement, we must do far more. We cannot sit silently by and wait for the next attack. Members of Congress must be secure, and our families should feel safe in their homes. Our staff has been in close contact with the Sergeant-at-Arms, Capitol Police, the Committee on House Administration, and leadership about options to improve our security. Each potential path includes costs that the committee must cover. As those discussions continue, and as we get additional information, the majority must pledge to increase resources in the bill for security improvements. The minority and majority need to come together on this issue. I thank you, and I yield back.
I ask that the ranking member's words be taken down.
No. Ranking member.
She accused the president of a crime at least twice in her opening statements. I will remind you of their request to take words down for simply saying the people on the other side don't care about the military. She said he's stealing, and it's
No, I
theft.
will not take down the gentlelady's words. That's my ruling. If you want to appeal the ruling of the chair, you certainly have every right to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any members wishing to make general comments about the bill? I believe Mr. Bishop cares to do that, so the gentleman's recognized for general comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start by saying thank you to the leaders of the committee and the subcommittee, as well as the staff, for your hard work on this legislation. The legislative branch was created under Article 1 of the United States Constitution as a co-equal branch of our government, vested with all legislative powers. Since the president took office, he's used his administration to stretch and strain our carefully balanced system of checks and balances to a breaking point in an effort to gain power, dominate the will of Congress, and impose his policy ideas without the express consent of we the people. In just the past 5 months, the Trump administration has attempted to unilaterally shut down the Department of Education and USAID. It has terminated previously obligated grants and loans that Congress passed into law, laid off thousands of federal workers needed to carry out Congress's directives, and even attempted to modify the U.S. Constitution by executive order. Unfortunately, the bill before us today would lead us down a slippery slope where the executive branch reigns and the people's voice in Congress wanes. Perhaps the most troubling part of the bill is that it slashes funding by nearly 50% of the Government Accountability Office, Congress's own body that empowers us to combat waste, fraud, and abuse. GAO, the federal government's supreme audit institution, is essential to our work. Cutting the agency by nearly $400 million will undoubtedly diminish the role of the GAO, leaving members of Congress with fewer audits, less bureaucracy oversight, longer response times to inquiries, and simply less of the vital information we need to effectively legislate. While GAO is generally viewed as a watchdog agency, it works to uncover waste, fraud, and abuse in government that can often affect people's lives in serious ways. GAO has audited the FDA's role in ensuring our food and drugs are safe. They conduct investigations to determine if the government is following civil rights laws like IDEA and ADA, and they independently track and investigate government spending in an effort to regain funds lost from improper payments and fraud. Unfortunately, this bill is being used as a tool to deprive members of Congress and the American people of transparency, objective, factual information, and data to help us intelligently evaluate the impact of current and proposed legislation and to objectively report on what is truly fraud, waste, and abuse. Additionally, we should say that GAO is not a problem agency that needs to be cut into submission. It is an independent, fact-based catalyst for efficiency in government. And I implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to reverse course. Additionally, the bill slashes over $80 million from the Library of Congress, threatening one of our nation's most treasured institutions and jeopardizing public access to educational resources. This is not how the world's most powerful legislative body should treat one of its oldest and most cherished institutions. As the son of a professional librarian who spent my formative years behind the stacks and in the reading rooms I truly value and I understand the value of protecting our society's repository of information. The firing of the Librarian of Congress is a blatant act of executive overreach. The Librarian of Congress serves a fixed term to protect the institution from exactly the kind of political influence that we're seeing. Dismissing her early without cause undermines the independence of one of the most respected educational cultural institutions. Powerful political agendas should neither jeopardize this repository of knowledge that dates back to Thomas Jefferson nor dictate who preserves the nation's history. The work of the House of Representatives requires responsible investments to serve the American people and meet the evolving challenges we face. But instead of rising to that task, this bill doubles down on harmful partisan politics to do more to divide than to deliver. The bill seeks to eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts across the legislative branch and continues the majority's campaign to defeat any official efforts to help ensure our workforce reflects the rich diversity of our country. As members of Congress, we should be doing more, not less, to bring people of different backgrounds into public service. And in the year 2025, exactly 10 years after marriage equality became the law of the land, the bill seeks to turn back the clock on the rights of LGBT Americans, including language that opens the door to open discrimination against individuals in same-sex marriages. While I cannot support the bill as it's currently written, I look forward to a robust discussion on how we can improve this legislation and work to ensure that the House of Representatives is supporting and its supporting agencies have the resources needed to effectively serve the American people. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair would ask that members observe the time limits. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized for general remarks on the bill.
You remind me, I'll turn on my mic. Thank you very much. I had comments in our markup, and I'm going to repeat some of them. The legislative branch is supposed to deliver, at least for the legislative branch. This bill, however, is designed to deliver, in my view, for the administration and its mission to consolidate the power of the federal government within the executive. That is clearly their objective and the articulated policy of the Office of Management and Budget. It does so, of course, at the expense of our Congress's status as an independent, co-equal branch of government under the Constitution. The administration and many of my colleagues across the aisle talk a lot about government efficiency and about the power of Congress. Then why, in heaven's name, do we back this bill's 50% cut in the GAO? That nonpartisan, independent agency's entire purpose is to ensure the executive branch is using federal funds efficiently and effectively and absent waste, fraud, and abuse, as the Congress intended. The GAO is currently conducting, as the chairman has said, over 40 investigations into the White House's efforts to illegally and unconstitutionally impound funds. My Republican colleagues, surely that is not of interest of us only if it is the other administration. If that's the case, then it is a empty power that we have in the Congress. The GAO is the only entity. I appreciate that one of you is paying attention to me, because these are not partisan issues. This is about whether the Congress can act as it should, as it was designed to do, as democracy demands that it does. It's the only entity capable of taking legal action to compel the administration to spend impounded funds. This bill, astonishingly and wrongly, takes that power away from them. In other words, nobody can sue unless they're personally affected. Taking that power away from the GAO and thus from the Congress and the American people. My Republican colleagues, the Congress is not a suggestion box. We are the Congress. We are the deciders. We are the ones who set policy. We are the ones who appropriate money. Nothing can be spent unless we act. Don't give that up lightly. This action, however, allows the president to divert or stop congressionally directed funding without accountability or legal consequences. Is that what you want? It's very frustrating. Two of you are now paying any attention to what I have to say. The rest of you are reading. This isn't about Democrats or Republicans. This is about the Congress of the United States. Since 1949, we've had 76 years. 40 of those years, Republicans have been presidents. 36 years, Democrats have been president. And if you look at the record, it sort of passes back and forth. And in passing back and forth, the perspectives change. If our guy is a Democrat or your guy is a Republican, your perspective seems to change. Both sides. But it ought not to change, because the power of the Congress makes this country unique in the world. And that is why I suggest you our democracy has survived since 1789. The oldest democracy in the world, not by chance, but by design. Article 1 of the Constitution makes it clear that Congress has the power of the purse. All of you know that, all of you articulate that, and all of you say that. But we need to protect that power, because power unprotected will be lost. Mr. Chairman, can I have a little bit of leniency here? I'm trying not to speak.
No, I remind the gentleman, we began 40 minutes late. So we are going to be pretty straight. I gave the gentleman an additional 30 seconds, and I will certainly let you wind up, but no, not for any considerable length of time.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we will rue this day on both sides of the aisle, depending upon whose president is in charge. So I have other things to say, but my time is up. But I would hope that you would look at this not from a partisan standpoint, but as a patriot that believes that the Congress's unique status in our government is what makes us a great democracy. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his remarks. Gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, is recognized for general remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cole, Valadeo, and Ranking Member DeLauro, and Espaillat. I would like to place on the record today my unwavering support for law enforcement officers, federal, state, and local, who defended this Capitol and our democracy on January 6th. I was one of the last members to be evacuated on that terrible day, and only about a third of the members were actually present. The rest were somewhere else off campus. I saw it all, I heard it all, I experienced it all. The United States Capitol Police in particular faced a violent siege, and they didn't run away, but with courage and duty, they guided their every move against those who attempted to harm them. Some were injured, over 150. Some will bear invisible scars for the rest of their lives. Let us not forget those that paid the ultimate price. Many of you were not here, but for those who were, we feel a particular responsibility to them and to their valor. They did not run, they stood their ground, and they protected this institution and everyone inside. Yet here we are, years later, and the plaque meant to honor their bravery, sacrifice, and service still sits in limbo. Why? Why would they not be honored in this Capitol? Because the Speaker of this House refuses to act. And you know what? He was in the Capitol that day. And one of the very last to speak before all hell broke loose. I shall not forget that. Let me be clear. Failing to install that plaque is a disgrace. It does not honor the officers who protected the Capitol. They couldn't stop all the damage that was done inside, millions of dollars. It's a slap in the face to every officer who wore the badge that day. And to leave the plaque unmounted is to pretend their sacrifice was optional and their bravery unforgettable. It is not. Patriots must demand that that plaque be installed now. I would be remiss if I didn't say political violence and extremism has no place in a democratic republic. None. Political extremism is dangerous to America today, just as it was then. And so I ask my colleagues, let us restore regular order and let us honor those who protected our Constitution and this institution, Article 1 of the Constitution. Our Capitol Police stood in the breach for liberty, not for violent extremism. I would urge my colleagues as we move forward today to work with us together on a nonpartisan basis to install that plaque in honor of all the officers who put their lives on the line, not just for us, but for the very institution of which we are in which we are honored to serve. And I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn, is recognized to make general remarks on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this bill, and I associate myself with the objections of my colleagues. I want to focus my remarks on the bill's 10% reduction for the Library of Congress. The Library of Congress is the nation's library, providing invaluable resources to Americans directly, and is the main research arm of Congress and home to an expansive collection of books and cultural artifacts. This $90 million cut is just the latest Republican attack on this treasured institution. It's been clear that the library has been in the Republicans' crosshairs since the president's firing of the Librarian of Congress, Carla Hayden, prior to the end of her 10-year term, despite her exemplary record and similar abrupt firing of the Copyright Office Director, Shira Perlmutter. Dr. Hayden had been the first professional librarian to serve as Librarian of Congress since 1974. The White House press secretary explained the firing in part by accusing Dr. Hayden of acting, and I quote here, in pursuit of DEI and putting inappropriate books in the library for children. The press secretary was seemingly unaware that you must be at least 16 years old in order to access the library's collections. The firing was just another instance of this administration's quest to whitewash our history and control what the American people read, learn, and think. Dr. Hayden, speaking after her firing, recalled a common saying among librarians, and I quote, "Free people read freely." I am very familiar with this quote and its process. I had a very up-close and personal 60-year relationship with a professional librarian, and 58 of those years was in marriage. She spent her career at the Naval Hospital in Charleston and the Veterans Administration Hospital in Columbia. Through her work, I saw how libraries expanded people's freedom through reading about anything in the world. 9 days ago, we commemorated the 10th anniversary of the white supremacist massacre at Emmanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina. One of the 9 victims was Cynthia Hurd, a Charleston County public librarian and a very close friend of my eldest daughter. Cynthia devoted her life to opening young people's eyes to the world of possibility that lay before them. Yet, she tragically lost her life at the hands of a young man who saw a world of darkness. The Trump administration's actions in this instance reveal not a world of possibility, but a world of limits, a world of restrictions, a world of bans, and a world of fear. I would have hoped that my Republican colleagues on this committee would have stood against this administration in support of the Library of Congress and the freedom to read. Following Dr. Hayden's firing, 2 Republican senators, including the majority leader, expressed real concern. Yet, just in this instance, like response to Cynthia Hurd, just thoughts and prayers. Or in the words of the Apostle James, were faith without works. Yet, I should not blame the Trump administration because the Appropriations Bill provides less funding for the library than the administration's request. If Congress does not stand up and protect this national treasure within our own branch of government, though, who will we protect? If I should feel, if you should feel, that I'm obsessive about race and gender, please take a look at me. The father of 3 daughters, 2 granddaughters, and a great-granddaughter, and take into account that the young white supremacists who murdered the librarian Cynthia Hurd and her 8 fellow worshipers said he wanted to start a race war. I urge my colleagues to support the Library of Congress, support the freedom to read, and oppose this legislation. And I'll give you back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman for his remarks. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for general remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I first came to the Appropriations Committee in my second term, the Legislative Branch Subcommittee was not only my first assignment, but it was where I first served as a cardinal. So it has a very wonky place in my little heart. The truth is, though, that the legislative branch is a critical component of what we do in this committee because we, and only we, control our budget. And it is the bill that not only allows us to serve our constituents, but it also allows us to be a truly co-equal branch of government. Congress cannot be a check on the executive branch if we're not able to hire, train, and retain staff, or if we're cutting the support services that all members rely on to do our job effectively. Unfortunately, this bill falls far short of that, and at the very time when threats to the members of this body have never been greater. I want to start with what I think is the most disturbing part of this bill, and that is that the cuts to the Government Accountability Office. The GAO is an independent, nonpartisan agency within the legislative branch that performs auditing, evaluations, and investigations, a critical component of our oversight responsibilities. Now, I have to say the level of misinformation that's been spread about the GAO, even by Republican members of the House and Senate, is quite concerning, especially considering that during the Biden administration, Republicans relied on GAO to conduct their own oversight activities. But today, now that it's the Trump administration that GAO has to audit and hold accountable, the Republicans have thrown every garbage conspiracy theory that gets dredged up into the public domain. One that was particularly absurd was that no member of the GAO staff had supposedly donated to Republican candidates, and therefore it must be all Democratic plants in the agency. Well, Mr. Chairman, the answer to that is quite simple. GAO staff must be nonpartisan and impartial. So active GAO staff don't donate to political campaigns, nor are they Democratic or Republican staffers, as their ethics rules make clear. Let's just be honest. Now that there is a Republican in the White House, one that's rife with ethics problems and bad management, Republicans want to pull the plug on congressional oversight to save their unethical leaders from any probes or bad press. Yet the taxpayer value is clearly there. For fiscal year 2024, GAO recovered $76 for every dollar we invested in them. Since 2002, GAO recovered $1.45 trillion in taxpayer savings. Only in its dreams could DOGE reach such legitimate, identifiable savings. Yet in this bill, GAO funding gets slashed. We all work for the American people, and this institution was set up to serve them. It was not set up to serve the executive branch or the president, whoever he or she may be. It was not set up to serve us as individuals or to do the political dirty work of the administration, who shows utterly no respect for the co-equal legislative branch at all. I mean, just look at this week. Congressional leaders were not properly consulted on a military action, one that I supported, by the way, nor was Congress given any information on the events leading up to the decision to strike. Then when we did get a classified briefing after the fact, scheduled, it was pulled down. The administration only rescheduled it after bipartisan uproar. This is simply insane. Republicans are collapsing the independent authority that Congress has under the GAO's oversight responsibilities to an imperial president drunk on abusing his power. Congress is not a suggested partner. The Constitution mandates that we are a co-equal branch of government. To cede our power away like this is grossly irresponsible, and it is a dangerous precedent to set. How could we cut the Congressional Research Service and the GAO while at the very same time allowing this administration to violate federal laws that scream out for congressional oversight? Just look at this appropriations process so far. We've passed bills from this committee with nothing but a few top-line numbers and a couple of PowerPoint slide decks from the agencies. It's budgeting with a blindfold. The Congressional Research Service, the Library of Congress, and its sub-agencies and the GAO are all meant to help Congress be independent and fill the knowledge gaps that we have when dealing with complex issues. So while we're letting this administration get away with governing on the back of a napkin, Republicans are also going to hamstring Congress, us, and our abilities to do the jobs our constituents elected us to do. I won't stand for it, and I think most of you agree with me, really. Whether or not you vote the way you truly feel, we shall see. This bill is bad news for the legislative branch, for the American people, our constituents, and for our democracy, and I only scratched the surface of the many reasons why. With that, Mr. Chairman, I urge all of our colleagues to vote no, or better yet, let's just pull this bill and figure out a better path forward. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pingree, is recognized for general remarks on the bill.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I want to concur and associate myself with the remarks of so many of my colleagues. This is a terrible bill. It's inadequate funding, it's bad policy, and there are so many irresponsible cuts and programs that are being eliminated under this. It also, as the member from Maryland so eloquently stated, it really reduces the power of the Congress and allowing us to abdicate so much of our responsibility to the executive branch, particularly, as you've heard others say, my colleague from Florida, on these GAO cuts, our only legitimate way to have nonpartisan investigations, and we are abdicating also that responsibility. But I too, like my colleague from South Carolina, want to focus on the Library of Congress and the important role it's played in our work here and throughout time, and this ridiculous $90 million cut, 15% of the library's budget, starting with the assault already on this institution by firing the great librarian Carla Hayden and losing her leadership in the great work she's done for all of us. This is the largest library in the world. It is where some of our greatest treasures are held. It is the Library of Congress. It's our library. It was set up for us, for the time we need to do the research, for the work that we need to do. I direct every visitor to Washington to go to the Library of Congress. It's one of the most magnificent buildings here on Capitol Hill and throughout the Capitol. And it shows our belief in education and experience and knowledge throughout the building, the art displayed, the symbolism in the building. It is all about understanding the importance of education and learning in the work that we do. It has Jefferson's rough draft of the Declaration of Independence. And we all love the dinners that we attend at the Library of Congress. It's one of the few bipartisan things we do. We sit next to each other. We talk about history, something that we can usually agree on. And we share that knowledge and we share that experience. And we see the great treasures that are pulled out usually just for us that night to look at it. It's just recently acquired Stephen Sondheim's papers, but that's just one of the many items that is there. Every book is somehow represented in the Library of Congress. Many of you don't know that I used to write knitting books, and I'm sure you would like to have volumes on your shelves right now. Just let me know. But the fact is, I can remember the day back in the 1980s when I got my Library of Congress number for the first book, and I just thought, long before I ever thought I would be in Congress, what an amazing experience this is to have my book in the Library of Congress. We were so excited in the state of Maine in June when one of our Passamaquoddy elders, Dwayne Toma, came to the Library of Congress because he was having the opportunity. Dwayne Toma has been one of the Passamaquoddies who has done so much to preserve the language. And he was there to sing a song that had been retrieved from wax cylinders that were provided by an anthropologist in the 1890s. But finally, through technology used by the Library of Congress, they were able to get the digital version of that song, and he could sing that version in the original language. Think about that treasure and how important that is to preserve the knowledge and the culture of that particular tribe, singing a song that hadn't been heard for 128 years. That's just one of the many things that happens there. And I just want to say, in the context of libraries, this is part of this administration's assault on libraries and knowledge. They've already gutted the IMLS, the Institution of Museum and Library Services. They've gutted the National Endowment for the Humanities. They These will both be zeroed out in the FY26 budget request, although they haven't been heard before us. But we will be colluding in that if we go along with this. We've heard so much from our own libraries about the devastation of not having this funding that's already been cut by DOGE, the attack on knowledge, the assault of this administration through their executive orders on what is allowed in research and scholarship and how we talk about and treat history. This is us now in this cut colluding in that assault on knowledge that this administration is making. So Congress should set its best example with its own library. We should not be cutting this account. We should not be getting swept up in the administration's efforts. I yield back, but I ask everybody to vote no on this budget, or as my colleague said, just throw this bill away and let's start over.
Thank you, gentlelady, for remarks. Gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, is recognized for general remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the ranking member. Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this bill. My colleagues on the other side argue they are rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. But if they were so concerned about this, why do they propose nearly a 50% cut to the Government Accountability Office, an independent, nonpartisan office that actually improves government efficiency through oversight and through very thorough oversight? Republicans claim that they strongly support the GAO's ongoing future work to improve the efficiency of government programs, but they're actively making it harder for them to carry out this mission. Perhaps they're having to reduce their staff by 2,000 employees, as well as cuts to other resources. In addition to cutting this CAO budget, Republicans are tying their hands. Republicans are actually adding more bureaucratic hurdles for the CAO to enforce the laws designed to make the government more efficient. The irony would be comical if its outcome weren't so serious. They're creating an administrative obstacle course for the very agency tasked with conducting oversight and improving government efficiency. My colleagues on the other side say one thing and then they do the opposite, but they cannot have it both ways. These steep cuts and onerous regulations will encourage waste, fraud, and abuse by weakening oversight. What Republicans claim are cuts for efficiency are actually just omissions of convenience. The majority want to prohibit funding for any diversity or inclusive programs, not because these programs are inefficient, but because Republicans just don't like them. The majority want to pretend that race doesn't exist in this country, but we are a diverse nation. Pretending otherwise will not make it so. All it does is make people who are not straight, white, heterosexual Christian men feel as though there is no place for them here. And lastly, there is still no plan in the current form of this bill to display this memorial plaque honoring the Capitol police officers who gave their lives to protect the Capitol on the June 6th insurrection, including my South River native Brian Sicknick. It has been 2 years too long. It is time to hang the memorial plaque honoring our law enforcement who sacrificed their lives. This bill undermines the progress that we have made to ensure efficiency, and it fails to honor the sacrifices of law enforcement on January the 6th. I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill, and thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Mr. Gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, is recognized for general comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have serious concerns about the funding bill before us today. The bill not only jeopardizes the safety, integrity, and functionality of the legislative branch, but it also threatens the foundation of our democracy and the preservation of our nation's history. As my colleague said, the bill slashes funding to the Library of Congress by more than 10%, threatening the preservation of our nation's history by taking away resources that the Congress utilizes to conduct research on behalf of all Americans. The library is not just only about Congress, but it's about American history and culture. This isn't boring papers and bookkeeping We're talking about original documents of our founding fathers, the recordings of American icons like Robert Johnson, and the maps that show the growth and progress of our nation. Slashing funding for this seminal American institution will only set us back. The bill takes the legislative branch backward by making it harder to recruit and employ qualified staff in the House, failing to provide funding to the brave men and women who serve in the United States Capitol Police. Instead of lowering the costs for hardworking Americans, we're slashing the funding for the Nonpartisan Government Accountability Office, and we're making it harder for members in this committee and in Congress to make data-driven decisions on how to spend taxpayer dollars. The GAO does important work, and it's shameful that we are treating these public servants who make up this agency this way. On top of all of the cuts to vital congressional offices, this bill fails to increase funding for additional security protections for members of Congress. And I want to thank my colleague, the gentleman from New York, in his capacity as ranking member of the House Administration Committee, for his work on this subject. Member security is a top priority for House Democratic leadership. At a time when elected officials across this country are being targeted, it's absolutely essential that we do the work together on a bipartisan basis. And I believe that many of you want to do that as well. Violence against any member of Congress must never be tolerated. It is incumbent upon us as a committee to pass a bill that ensures members of Congress are safe and can do their jobs without the fear of political violence. And absent any agreement today, I would hope that the chairman and the committee members are able to pledge their support to work to increase funding in a responsible way. I urge my colleagues to join us in fighting to protect and properly fund our legislative branch and to go back to the drawing board with this funding bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized for general remarks on the bill.
Chairman, I'm unable to support the fiscal year 2026 legislative branch appropriations bill we have before us today. Republicans talk a big game about efficiency and fiscal responsibility, but this bill fails every test. Instead of investing in the institutions that keep our democracy alive, this majority has opted to hollow them out and cede Congress's Article I powers to the Trump administration. Let's start with the Government Accountability Office. The nonpartisan GAO is responsible for ensuring taxpayer dollars are spent effectively as intended by Congress. In the past 2 decades, GAO has identified $2.8 trillion in payment errors. GAO's independent, objective analysis and recommendations are critically important to protecting taxpayer resources from waste, fraud, and abuse. That's why the agency's average return on investment is $123 for every dollar spent. So why on earth does this bill slash GAO's budget by almost 50%? By our calculations, based on GAO's return on investment, this cut of over $396 million could end up costing taxpayers almost $49 billion with a B. So let's be real. Cutting funding for GAO is not about saving money. The real purpose of defunding the Government Accountability Office is to undermine its ability to hold the government accountable. It's about limiting an independent, nonpartisan watchdog's ability to conduct oversight over this administration's corruption, illegal use of taxpayer dollars, and abuses of the Constitution. It is no coincidence that this attack comes while GAO has nearly 40 open investigations into credible reports that the Trump administration is illegally withholding funds Congress has already appropriated. This bill goes so far as to prohibit GAO from bringing civil actions against the executive branch for failing to comply with the Impoundment Control Act. Once again, Republicans in Congress are so eager to hand our power of the purse to President Trump and DOJ in violation of federal law and the Constitution's separations of powers. This reckless bill also cuts funding for the Library of Congress by 10%. This latest attack on the library follows President Trump's firing of Dr. Carla Hayden with a 2-sentence email on May 8th, 2025. Dr. Hayden is a highly accomplished and widely respected scholar who also happens to be the first woman and the first Black person to serve as Librarian of Congress. These attacks threaten our country's ability to preserve our memory and inform our future. They also undermine Congress's ability to research and legislate on behalf of the American people, continuing the majority's efforts to weaken the legislative branch. This Republican bill also flat funds the members' representational allowance, again, despite inflation, which effectively amounts to a cut and shortchanges our ability to serve our constituents. Casework needs continue to grow in light of the chaos and confusion caused by the Trump administration's actions. And I am particularly concerned that this bill will not allow us to meet those needs. This bill also fails to provide any additional resources for much-needed security improvements. In light of the recent tragedy in Minnesota and other terrifying instances of political violence, law enforcement and security experts have repeatedly recommended increased resources for the security of congressional offices and members. Instead, this bill leaves us and our communities vulnerable. This bill also pointlessly and cruelly continues to bar DACA recipients from employment in the legislative branch. DACA recipients should have the right to serve their communities on our staff, and our constituents deserve to benefit from their talents and skills and dedication to our shared values as Americans. This bill also recycles the same divisive policy riders we've seen over and over again. Let me be very clear. Diversity, equity, and inclusion training provided here in the legislative branch is about creating a respectful and inclusive workplace. It helps ensure that our public servants can do their jobs free from discrimination. We should be strengthening and supporting these efforts, not undermining and distracting them with meaningful riders. Congress is the bedrock of our representational democracy. We are Article 1. This bill fails to take this responsibility seriously, and it fails to invest in the very institutions charged with withholding our shared values. I urge my colleagues to stand up for accountability for our democratic institutions and for the American people and reject this misguided bill, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, is recognized for general comments on the bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you and Mr. Valadeo and my colleagues, ranking members DeLauro and Espiat. I want to associate myself with many of the remarks my colleagues have made. I often said when I was in the state legislature, the old saw, everything's been said, but not by everybody. And I'm breaking my own rule here because much of what's been said I'll probably repeat, but I think this is critically important for all of us to weigh in on this. I am deeply, deeply troubled by the bill before us. I think this is wholly inadequate for the responsibilities that we have as an institution. I remember when I first came here several years ago, I was struck by how often people talked about Article 1 and the responsibilities of Article 1. I don't think I had given it very much thought before I came to Congress why it was Article 1. You think about the preamble, we the people of the United States in order to form a more perfect union. This beautiful preamble written by the framers about what they saw coming through the challenges of the War of Independence, the Articles of Confederation, and wanted to start anew and hold this together and form this more perfect union. And the first thing they did when they decided to do it, we the people, how would they be represented? How would the people have a voice in the government? This government that didn't have a sovereign other than the people and the Constitution. And they began by writing Article 1 and the powers of the Congress, the United States Congress. And at the time, of course, the House of Representatives, the only body directly elected. The United States Senate didn't have direct representation for many years. And when it came to it, and they listed out those powers, and I think it's really important to continue to reflect on what the Congress does. We have the power and all legislative responsibilities, it says in Article 1, all legislative responsibilities, lay and collect taxes, borrow money, regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states, coin money and regulate its value, declare war, something obviously very much on everyone's mind today, raise and support armies, provide and maintain a navy, make all laws necessary and proper for carrying out its enumerated powers. Boy, and this was in an age where you didn't have to worry about the security issues that so many of my colleagues have talked about and will certainly talk about throughout the day. We didn't have to think about the great resources that we would need to carry out this very, very critically important mission of representing the interests of the people. People have talked about the Library of Congress. We'll talk more about that. This enormous institution of great value to the work that we do. People have talked about GAO and how important that is in fulfilling our oversight responsibilities. No one has mentioned Loper-Bright decision last year by the United States Supreme Court, which eliminated the Chevron deference. So now agencies need to have much more direction from the Congress when we write laws. You can't just simply say the secretary will carry out the basic mission here. We have to be very detailed, according to the court, on how we direct the agencies to do the work of the people. And the Congress is the body that does that. We need so much more money. Honestly, I don't even think it's an incremental issue. I think for us to carry out our responsibilities, we need a dramatic shift in the way we think about our role, unless we choose to submit an amendment to the Constitution which changes the article numbering and lays it all with the administration of the executive branch. Until that time, we're still Article 1, and I don't wonder anymore why so many members refer to it. But this bill would cripple us now and in the future because it sets a base that is going to be so hard to move from. We may need to dramatically do that. I think, frankly, with all due respect to my colleagues, I don't think this is just the level of funding an insult to the Congress as an institution. I'm not sure the people would necessarily think about it that way. And it's not just necessarily an insult to the framers and what they wanted us to do, but it is an insult to the American people. That's who we represent directly. That's who we respond to. That's who we answer to. That's who we legislate for. And we should never, ever, ever forget that sacred mission. And with that, I urge defeat of the bill and yield back my time.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from California, Mr. Levin, is recognized for general comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, rise in opposition. I'm very disappointed to do so. You know, when my dear friend Earl Blumenauer, many of you remember Earl, he was here for 30 years. He was such a great champion of this institution. And one of the things that he did was he allowed me to continue as the co-chair of the Bipartisan Library of Congress caucus. And I'm proud to serve in that capacity with my friend, Mr. Adderholt. And, you know, look, if there was a justification to cut the budget of the Library of Congress by 10%, let's see the justification. Let's see the details of why that's necessary. I have not seen the details, and I'd welcome the chairman's comments on why it's necessary. But we all use and enjoy the library at least every single month when we go to the congressional dialogues and all the other programming. I encourage you all to join the Library of Congress caucus, despite the fact that we're having this debate today. It is our library. It was created by Congress. It was created for the Congress. 1800 is when it was created. And then, of course, it burned down and was rebuilt by Thomas Jefferson in 1815. And he said, and I quote, "There is in fact no subject to which a member of Congress may not have occasion to infer." Again, my friends, colleagues, this is for us. This is so that we will be better lawmakers. No president, Democrat, Republican, has the right to turn the Library of Congress into an extension of the executive branch. I think many of you agree with this. I'd ask that you really consider what we're doing here. There are obvious politics and considerations beyond this institution around the library right now. And that's unfortunate because it truly is one of the only things that brings us all together on a consistent bipartisan basis. Again, if there's justification to cut the Library of Congress by tens of millions of dollars, I'd like to see it. And in the absence, I can only be left with the conclusion that this is inherently a political exercise to please the executive branch. Now on to the GAO. The cuts there are nearly 50%. GAO is an independent, nonpartisan agency that oversees how taxpayer dollars are spent. And in 2024, GAO's work returned to taxpayers $76 for each dollar we invested in GAO. Let me repeat that. That's an extraordinary stat. For each dollar we invest in the GAO, it returned $76 to taxpayers. Now, I believe that my friends across the aisle are genuinely interested in being good stewards of taxpayer dollars and cutting down on waste, fraud, and abuse. I hear you say it again and again and again. If that is the case, why would we kneecap an entity that returns $76 for every dollar we invest in it? It seems like it could be retribution at play here rather than good governance. I certainly hope that that's not the case. So look, I think at the end of the day, it gets back to what so many of us have been discussing. Article 1, Section 9. When I look at the logo that, Mr. Chairman, you use for this committee, if you go on the majority's website, last I saw, Article 1, Section 9 is part of that logo. Don't forget what it says. We, as the elected representatives, each one of us, so blessed to represent 750,000 people, determine how taxpayer dollars are to be spent or not spent. I agree with my friend, Mr. Hoyer. If we give up that responsibility now, we may never get it back. Not for another Democratic president, not for another Republican president. So I would just ask us all to thoughtfully and carefully consider the long-term impact of our actions today and in the days and weeks ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Chairman Valadeo to offer a manager's amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Chairman Valadeo is recognized.
This manager's amendment contains technical edits and language that has been agreed to on both sides. I would especially like to express my appreciation to Ranking Member Espaillat and Mr. Gonzalez from Texas for their work to promote increased cybersecurity protections for the legislative branch. And with that, I ask for a yes vote on the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not object to the chairman's amendment. It further supports effort to secure our campus. Thank you, and I yield back. I recommend a yes vote.
I thank the gentleman. Do any other members wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, I recognize Chairman Valadeo for 1 minute to close.
I only need a second. I ask for a yes vote.
The question's on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. I now recognize the gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
My amendment strikes a harmful poison pill rider from the bill, a rider that would undermine the rule of law across the entirety of the government and would erode this committee's power and the Congress's power of the purse. When the Congress passes an appropriation, it is law. You have the House and the Senate comes together, Democrats and Republicans come together, they agree, the bill goes to the president signs it, it becomes a law. If there is not agreement and the president doesn't sign, then the outcome is that the government shuts down. So when the Congress passes an appropriation, it is a law, the legally binding expression of Congress's constitutional power of the purse. My colleagues, the executive branch is not carrying out our laws as intended or as required. The administration has stolen promised supports, investments, and benefits that we have promised to American families, to veterans, farmers, state and local communities, to the tune of $425 billion in investments that would help Americans with the cost of living and have been delayed or canceled. I point to a tracker that talks about the unprecedented funding freeze that hits communities across America At least $425 billion is still frozen. It goes subcommittee of appropriations by subcommittee and talks about the dollars that have been frozen or terminated. Every member in this room should know this because every one of you has constituents suffering the ramifications of that lawlessness. It is their money that is being stolen. So what do we do about it? The subcommittee chairman's bill says to the executive branch, steal with impunity, do not pay the law any mind. It does this by neutering and defanging Congress's watchdog, the GAO, the Government Accountability Office. My amendment reiterates the truth. The Government Accountability Office is expressly empowered by law to bring a lawsuit in court to compel agencies to follow the law. We charged GAO with this requirement in 1974. We affirmed it in 1987, and it remains the clearest enforcement mechanism spelled out in the Impoundment Control Act today. My colleagues, do not fear the rule of law. Embrace it, support it, provide the funding to ensure it. If you do not, and if you support the subcommittee chairman's bill, you are cutting the emergency brake when we are faced with an administration hell-bent on delaying benefits and aid. This would put every possible aspect of federal support at risk. No one to bring suit under the Impoundment Control Act to prevent the theft of Medicaid payments to rural hospitals, funding for Medicare providers, agricultural commodity payments that farmers depend on, veterans benefits that service members and their families depend on, grants for local law enforcement that keep our communities safe, and tax refunds, including the lifelines like the child tax credit, just to name a few. All of this and more would be at higher risk. My colleagues, there is no inherent authority for the president to impound, and never has been. The late Justices Scalia and Rehnquist said no. Chief Justice Roberts and Justice Kavanaugh have said no. And they are no liberal torchbearers. The Department of Justice and over 200 years of American history say so. Our founding fathers designed our government so. And yes, the GAO has said so. And I point to a document called The Myth of Presidential Impoundment Power that outlines the cases that have been up on this issue before, going back to 1789, which indeed say that you can't move or delay or stop funds without the power of the Congress. Alexander Hamilton said, and I quote, "But where the purse is lodged in one branch and the sword in another, there can be no danger." If there were a Democratic president attempting to do this, what this president is, and centralizing power in this way, would you not want the ability to fight for the funding that we appropriated? I certainly would. I know we do not agree on funding levels for a variety of programs, services, and agencies. That is, after all, what we're supposed to debate in the Appropriations Committee. If you agree with any of the places this administration has lawlessly enacted funding cuts, that is your right. But I implore you, do not yield our authority, your authority as a member of Congress, as a member of this committee, and the power that gives each of your constituents. Don't cede that authority to the executive branch because you momentarily believe the ends justify the means. Look ahead, think for the future, and think of the consequences. Come to markups. Let's fight for the dollars that you and I believe in and that you may or you may want spent. That is the privilege and the responsibility of every one of us. And that's the responsibility that we hold. We cannot give that away. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from California, Mr. Valadeo, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, the Government Accountability Office, the GAO, is a legislative branch agency. Its work is meant to be directed by the legislative branch. The provision we have included in our bill requires that before the GAO takes action to bring suit against any executive agency, it must first receive approval from the Congress to do so. This requirement is entirely appropriate, and I urge a no vote on Ms. DeLauro's amendment, and that would take away Congress's power to approve GAO action. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this amendment. For the past 5 months, the president has been illegally withholding funds that Congress had previously appropriated. As I stated in my opening remarks, if we give up our power to direct funds, then what are we doing here? Why have we instructed our staffs to spend hours drafting and crafting bills and then spend hours debating them if we don't care if the funds are appropriated correctly? We should be working against this executive overreach, not enabling it. This language will prevent GAO from performing oversight that they are legally allowed to perform. Some may not want government accountability. That is why they're dismantling the Government Accountability Office. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there, a gentleman from Maryland is recognized to respond to the amendment.
I thank the gentleman. The rationale of the chairman, of the subcommittee chairman, against this is that they need to come to us for approval. Fact of the matter is, this Congress has clearly indicated that it doesn't want to make this decision because we see these oversight amendments that are being offered being defeated regularly. No oversight is being approved by the majority. Very frankly, if we have no oversight, we really have no role. If they can impound our funds, we are back to what I said, a suggestion box. If you think we're a suggestion box and Vogt and Trump, Mr. Vogt, Russell Vogt, can simply decide we don't want to spend that, then we're wasting a lot of time, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I'm known as an institutional person. I always have and I always will be. I've worked across the aisle to protect this administration. Not this administration, this institution. I haven't worked with anybody to support this administration, as a matter of fact. But, you know, I look over on your side of the aisle, and the reason I'm so frustrated is because this is not a partisan issue. This is an issue about the Congress, about, as Mr. Levin said, the people whom we represent. And I see on the other side of the aisle sort of a, who cares? Why do we need to do this? Why do we need to discuss this? And the reason is because there was a purpose for creating us as an Article 1 of the Constitution. And we talk about that and it bores you. And I look around and there's no use for saying anything further.
Thank the gentleman. There are other members wishing to address the amendment. Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
Yes, dear members, I rise in support of the gentlelady's amendment and just ask my colleague, thank you. I rise in support of the gentlelady's amendment and just ask my colleagues to think about this. This is the committee that has the power of the purse. The amount of staff we have, the amount of money the legislative branch has compared to what the executive branch has. I mean, it's just, we're like a little tiny mouse in this with this mammoth behemoth in the executive branch. What shocked me when President Trump was sworn in was one of the first acts that the new administration did was to get rid of the inspector generals in the departments. To me, that was chilling. That was because human beings are capable of great acts of crime. Robbery, bribery, all kinds of things happen. both with federal employees, not a lot of them, but some, as well as the private companies with which these agencies deal. And so by getting rid of the inspectors general as one of the first acts, I was just, frankly, I was stunned. Now, with the Impoundment Control Act, what we're talking about is that with our power of the purse, we're giving away our power to an executive branch, which frankly, with the amounts of money that are spent, have to be closely monitored over the months and years. You're taking away the ability of the federal government to do its job. And the agencies, through the Impoundment Control Act, we can save taxpayers money by a lot of the work that the GAO does. So it has a good side. It has, they provide us information that we need as we tool these various departments to do what the American people want. But what scares me is that now you're saying to the executive branch, be blind, we won't have inspectors general to find the crooks, and now we're gonna lock the hands under the Impoundment Control Act of us to do our job in terms of monitoring the various federal programs and the multiple contractors and so forth that are involved in delivering goods and services to the American people. So I would just say to my friends in the majority, for those of you who are attorneys and those of you who have been county prosecutors and maybe were state's attorneys general, think about the worst that can happen when you take away the bean counters and the people that do their job and prosecute real crime. I think you're walking down a very dangerous path, and I would urge you to rethink what you are doing in this bill, and I support the gentlelady's amendment and yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized, from Connecticut, is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Just a very quick point. Section 1016 of the Impoundment Control Act says, in essence, GAO is explicitly empowered to bring suit, and the GAO does not have to seek approval. They simply have to provide notification to the Speaker, the Majority Leader. I read a letter that the subcommittee chair, joined by colleagues from Arizona and North Carolina, sent to the Senate Majority Leader on Tuesday. Letter talked about the cuts to the emergency Medicaid funding in the Republican reconciliation bill, which they already voted for. What will my colleagues do when, not if, the administration unlawfully impounds emergency Medicaid? What will my colleagues do when, not if, this president impounds Medicaid funds? I have the letter written by my Republican colleagues from this chamber, urging the Senate not to move forward with cuts to Medicaid in the reconciliation bill. When the president attempts to impound Medicaid funds, will you merely write letters, or will you protest as well? Without my amendment, the subcommittee chair's bill guarantees that nobody is empowered to do anything about it under the Impoundment Control Act unless Speaker Johnson approves. Vote for my amendment to demonstrate our commitment to the rule of law, to the authority of this committee, and to our constituents. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question's now on the amendment offered.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
Not yet.
No.
The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Aye. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. No. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. No. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. No. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. No. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. No. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Aye. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Miss Dean. Miss Dean, aye. Miss DeLauro.
Aye.
Miss DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. No. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Espaillat.
Aye.
Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Capter.
Aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo.
No.
Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Alabama?
Mr. Adderholt, no.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Cuellar, aye.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Cloud is recorded as a no.
Gentlelady from Texas?
Ms. Escobar votes aye.
Gentleman from California?
Mr. Aguilar, aye.
Gentleman from Maryland?
Dr. Harris, no.
Gentleman from Florida?
Mr. Franklin, no.
Are there any other members wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. The gentleman from Ohio recorded? Correct.
Mr. Joyce, no.
Gentleman from New York? No,
Mr. Lalota, no.
Are there any other members wishing to record or change their vote? Then, seeing none? On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the clerk dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of my amendment to strike Section 213 of the bill, which is not in compliance with the plain reading of the Constitution. I think we can all agree that everything that this body does must be measured against the Constitution, as it is the supreme law of the land.
In 1989, Congress passed the Ethics Reform Act, which granted Congress an annual cost of living adjustment known as a COLA, meant to adjust for inflation so that the value of congressional compensation would remain the same. This COLA was to be capped at the percentage that every other federal employee would receive. In exchange for the annual COLA, all members of Congress were prohibited from earning additional outside income, like speaking fees or other fees that could easily be translated into pay-for-play arrangements, resulting in potentially tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in additional income, especially for more popular or more powerful members. I certainly agree with the prohibition of this type of outside income for members of Congress. Yet I disagree with the manner in which Section 213 addresses the COLA. If Congress wants to eliminate the annual COLA, Congress can certainly do so through a regular bill. But this cannot be done through the appropriations process when an intervening election has not occurred. That would violate the election clause requirement of the 27th Amendment. It must be done through a bill on the House floor that lasts for more than a year and covers an election. I firmly believe that the appropriations process is the wrong vehicle for this effort because appropriation bills last for one fiscal year and must comply with the 27th Amendment of the Constitution. And let me quote that. The 27th Amendment says, "No law varying the compensation for the services of senators and representatives shall take effect until an election of representatives shall have intervened." That means the 27th Amendment prohibits any law from taking effect that varies congressional compensation without an intervening election of members of the House. It is a common sense amendment originally drafted by Thomas Jefferson in 1789, meant to ensure members of Congress stay accountable to the American people. And here we are clearly violating it in this appropriation in Section 213. An appropriation only lasts for 1 year, the fiscal year of the appropriation. So if this section remains in FY26 for FY26, then per the 27th Amendment, it would have to wait until after November of 2026 elections before it can take place. But this fiscal year 26 appropriations bill will take effect on October 1st of this year, 2025, with no intervening election occurring at all. In fact, there is no election of representatives in FY26 at all. The next one is in FY27. So, to add the COLA amendment through this section and then to execute on the COLA amendment in the FY26 appropriations bill would be unconstitutional. My opposition to this amendment is a sincere effort to guarantee that the FY26 legislative branch appropriations bill remains in accordance with the Constitution. I simply cannot support measures that violate the Constitution, and I hope that none of you will either. This is a righteous amendment. Therefore, I respectfully ask all of my colleagues to support my amendment to strike the unconstitutional Section 213 from the bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from California, Mr. Valadeo, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I oppose the amendment. I understand that members are concerned with the freeze of cost of living increases on their salaries. However, while there is currently legal action pending on this issue, today is not the time to remove the freeze on this annual COLA. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to address the amendment.
I generally try to support righteous amendments. And so I compelled to support this amendment. And Mr. Clyde, I've always impressed how much research you do. You with me? I'm complimenting you. I know. Ms. Wasserman Schultz is distracting. I understand that. But the fact of the matter is, you always do your research. And I wish the research would make the difference. But we know it doesn't. This is about politics. This is about fear of the public thinking that we have our hand in the cookie jar. Let me suggest to you, the more times we, and this will be the 16th time, we stop putting a hand in the cookie jar. The object of the reform in 1989 was to make sure that members weren't doing that, because you're absolutely right. I never took payment for speeches. I thought that was a not too well-designed bribe. But I have always supported making sure that at least we stayed even. That's all this COLA is. This is not a raise. Your purchasing power, if you were here as long as the distinguished gentleman, former chairman, Mr. Rogers, and I have been here, has been reduced about 45% since 2009. Now, you've noticed your grocery prices haven't been frozen. Your rent hasn't been frozen, here or at home. Now, maybe your mortgage has been frozen because you've had it for a long time. But the fact of the matter is, two things are going to occur. First of all, people won't be able to run for Congress. Now, I want to tell the public, who presumably may be watching this, that I believe a large number of members on the other side of the aisle from me support this COLA adjustment. Why? Because they've told me so. Now, I was the number 2 leader for 20 years. And I have not kept track of the number of members from across the aisle who came to me and said, "You're going to be able to take care of this year?" And very frankly, for a lot of years, I did. Not unilaterally, however. With Mr. Blunt, with Mr. DeLay, with Mr. Cantor, with other leaders in your party, we agreed that not having a COLA, making members lose purchasing power, frankly, was not a good thing for us to do so that members could stay, as the '89 reform meant them to be, independent and not required to seek other forms of income, legally or illegally. And I am so pleased that Mr. Clyde, I have an amendment to do the same thing. I'm not going to offer it because we're going to resolve it in this issue. Now, Mr. Valadeo, I understand your problem. So we understand one another. And I'm going to be honest. I tell people on my side, if you've got a tough race, don't vote for this. And the reason we've been able to do it, both sides did that. Mr. Cantor, Mr. Blunt, you had 30% of your people who didn't ever vote for this. Why? Because we know it can be demagogued and we know it is demagogued. So I tell people on my side, do not vote for this because it will be a big issue in your campaign. But there are a majority on both sides whom that will not affect. Not because we don't stand for election, because I've been for this since the day I got here. And I'm here now in my 23rd term. So what we're going to decide is a political question of whether we have the courage and the honesty, the intellectual honesty not to come to Hoyer or any other leader in the House and say, boy, I hope you can get this done. I can't vote for it, of course, but that's what this issue is about. And I understand some of you have tough issues. Frankly, both sides go after the moderates every year. That's why we become more and more polarized. But this is something that we ought to do if we have self-respect for ourselves, for our institution, and respect for our voters, who themselves want a COLA. And if they're retired, you damn well know you better have that COLA for Social Security or you're in trouble. Why? Because they know if they don't get that COLA adjustment, they lose standard of living. Why? Because prices go up, but if you are on a fixed income, and I know I've run out of time again. Now, I will tell you, I think my side can support this, but we're not going to go empty into this dark night if you're not there with us. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I am thrilled that the magic moment between Mr. Clyde and you is captured on film for eternity, because it'll have to be seen to be believed in the future. But It was great, and I thank both the gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, there's no further debate. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I encourage all to vote for this amendment. It is a righteous amendment. It is a constitutional amendment. It keeps us and this bill in line with the Constitution, and I think that's incredibly important. That's what created our federal government, was the Constitution. The states did it. They created the Constitution to make us, and we have to follow it. So with that, I encourage all members to vote for this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to ask for a vote because I don't want to put people on the line, but you could have called that correctly.
I think I did call it correctly.
No, sir.
But if somebody wishes to challenge the vote, go right ahead. Recorded vote has been requested. A show of hands is asked for. Not sufficient number of hands.
Oh, you talking about? No, I'm not going to. We don't want to vote.
Okay. The amendment is not accepted.
I'm not listening anymore.
You never do.
I beg to differ, Mr. Chairman. You said I never did. The fact is the matter, when I was the majority leader, we got it.
The issue's been decided. Be happy to visit with the gentleman about it on another occasion. And the gentleman is recognized for an amendment.
Excuse me?
You were on the list for an amendment, but if you, is that the one you've withdrawn?
I'll speak on it.
Well,
And I'm going to withdraw it.
but the gentleman's recognized on the
I
amendment.
thank the gentleman. Because I know the majority of this body is for this. And we disrespect ourselves by the unwillingness to say that there's no reason why our families should be left behind, unless, of course, you're wealthy and you're not living on your salary. I get that. It's on. Yeah, isn't that the one he asked me about? This is the COLA amendment. I'm not going to ask for a vote. I'm going to withdraw it because my intention has never, ever been to put members in a bad place. Because my expectation was there were 51% with people who didn't have to worry about this vote because their constituents understood, yes, that's the rational thing to stay even with inflation. Every Social Security recipient thinks that. Now, they're not getting as much, I understand that, but the premise is the same. You came here making X number of dollars. It was, in my case, I took a cut in salary. I don't know whether you did or not. That's none of my business. But I didn't come here to back up every year. You may not be worth this money, but let me tell you something. This job is worth a COLA adjustment. This job is a tough job, an important job, and a job that we all spend a lot of time doing. I yield to my friend.
You know, I've been here a little while, as the gentleman's been here. And I remember when this started. And our good friend Ron started this. And I told him at the time, when you start this thing, it's going to be pretty hard to put this back in the box. And that's where we're at today. And I hope we can at some point.
Reclaiming my time.
This isn't the moment.
Reclaiming my time. He's talking about Rahm Emanuel. Rahm Emanuel made a political issue of this, and he and I had a big fight about it. And after that, yes, we went back to getting the COLA with Mr. Cantor, with Mr. Blunt, and even with Mr. DeLay. DeLay and I worked on this. we disagreed on a lot of things. So that red herring of Rahm Emanuel doesn't hunt. And it doesn't hunt because he shouldn't have done that. Bad analogy, right? It doesn't hunt because, okay, Rahm Emanuel messed up. And by the way, on your side, you guys demagogued it a lot too, which is why we arranged, let me tell you how we did it. We had a previous question called. This came to the floor. It didn't have the provision in there. The previous question was offered by somebody who said, and I won't mention the name, if we lose the previous question, then I'm going to offer an amendment to strike the COLA adjustment. That was the posture it was put in. Normally, our side votes against your previous questions. You vote against our previous questions when we're in charge. And what would happen is at least 51% of each side would vote for the previous question, so the amendment to strike was not in order. That's how we did it. And I don't know a person who lost their job about that. And if you don't think this job is worth a COLA adjustment, I get it. And if you politically have a problem, I get that. And Blunt got that, Cantor got that, DeLay got that. And by the way, I've worked on this back to Trent Lott. You guys see Trent Lott? He's around a lot. You ask him about it. And I just get so disappointed that we have so little respect for ourselves. And then I hear from all of you, maybe not all of you, but I hear, Mr. Clyde, I don't know how many people you hear from, but I hear from both sides of the aisle. Some of my dear friends say, we got to get this done. You know that. And it doesn't get done. The reason I'm not going to push this forward, I don't want to embarrass anybody. I do want you to have the courage to stand up and do what you think is right. He's absolutely right. Mr. Clyde is absolutely right from a constitutional perspective. But I'm absolutely right from the fact that we can't just have rich people in the House of Representatives. That is not a represented body. And we are having some people on your side of the aisle and some people on my side of the aisle sleeping in their room, in their offices. Why? Because they can't afford to get an apartment. And you've kept them now for 16 years in bondage. Yeah, I'm animated about this, and I don't think Rahm Emanuel has anything to do with it. He demagogued it. He and I had a fight about it. He was wrong. I am really disappointed that we cannot take care of our members. I don't need it. My mortgage is I'm 86 years of age. I don't need this. It's not going to affect my top three. They were done when I was majority leader. Nothing you can cut my salary to zero. It won't affect my retirement. So this doesn't affect me at all. It does affect me, however, from the institutional standpoint, that we ought not to let ourselves down. And that's what we do. And it's so disappointing. One of the members here, I'm not going to mention his name, talked to me and said, I'm with you. He's not voting, though. I withdraw the amendment.
Gentleman withdraws. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. My amendment is one. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask that we dispense with the.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, both the chairman of the committee and the ranking member, I'm going to be offering and withdrawing this amendment. But again, I do want to bring this up because I feel very strongly about this, and this is something that we ought to be doing as oversight as members of the Appropriations. And I think I've talked to all the cardinals and the ranking members about this. So I just want to briefly talk about this and then withdraw the amendment. This, again, members, has to do with efficiency, competition, performance, and contract requirements. Now, if you look at the base bill, there are the base bill and the actual report language. We do have some language there, but again, it's sprinkled throughout, and it doesn't tie it where we can provide oversight. For example, one of the things that I'm asking under my amendment is that if we have a contract, one, it should be competitive, bid it out, number one. And number two, if you have a contract and somebody signs on and says, I'm going to provide services to the U.S. government, that they do it on time and on budget. And again, every agency will have contracts where they are not on time and on budget. Now, if you look at the base bill, there is a little bit of language that's sprinkled there, but again, it doesn't do enough, in my opinion. It does talk, for example, if the architect of the Capitol, they're prohibited if a contractor is behind schedule on budget, say you're not going to pay them an award or an incentive. That makes sense. If you're behind, why are you going to pay them an award or an incentive? That makes sense. But it doesn't go far enough where there should be penalties if that contractor is not on budget on time, unless if there's an exception that Congress will provide or the agency will provide. So again, we have some language sprinkled on it, but it doesn't do what I think we ought to be doing as oversight of the budget itself. Then if you look at the report language on page 2, there is some language there that we added years ago on performance and customer service. It does call for customer service and performance measures. But I'll be the first to ask you, has anybody seen any of the performance measures or any of the work that they've done? We haven't, because again, we haven't tied those performance measures back to us as members of the appropriation. So again, if you put $1, don't you want to measure the work that's being done? And again, we have some language here, but it doesn't tie back because again, I don't think a single member here has seen those performance measures or that customer service measures. So again, there is some language that is sprinkled throughout. Again, we ought to look at ways so we review rules and regulations so we can have real measurements to measure duplication, waste, and abuse on that. But again, we don't have that language there. And again, I think it's very important as members of Congress that we have language, specific language that looks at efficiencies, that looks at competition, that looks at performance and contract management itself. So again, members, there is some language that's sprinkled throughout, but it doesn't tie back to us. And again, I will be working with the committee and ask y'all to think about this. And again, this is very straightforward language. We've done it, a lot of it we've done it in our states throughout, and I would ask y'all to consider this. Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, I'm offering and I'm withdrawing this amendment, but I ask full consideration at the proper time. With that, I thank you for your time and your courtesy.
Thank you. The gentleman, just as a quick announcement, if you missed it, lunch is available in the ag room, so come and go as you please. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be.
Without objection, the amendment is dispensed. Reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
There's been a lot of discussion about this, and these are dollars to add back the dollars that were cut from GAO. All the reasons why GAO is such a critically important agency, I think, has been discussed. I therefore don't have a lot of confidence that this is going to be adopted. But it ought to be adopted, and it ought to be adopted for all the reasons that Mr. Levin and others who've spoken about this GAO, the reason for its independence, the reason that we have an agency that can sue and have standing to say that the Congress asks you to spend money and you are not spending it. That is what I think the administration's made very clear they want to do. So the Government Accountability Office is a critical office to redeem the powers of Congress, to assert that what Congress has said, and I'll repeat again, we are not a suggestion box. I yield back.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Valadeo, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment provides for a large increase in funding for the GAO. It provides for no offset and would therefore increase the total funding level in this bill. I recommend a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield? You won't yield.
Gentleman from New York is recognized, Mr. Espaillat.
Mr. Chairman, I yield sometimes to the gentleman from Maryland.
Gentleman from Maryland is
Mr.
recognized.
Chairman, what is the 302B allocation of this committee?
Don't know precisely off the top of my head. We'll be actually dealing with it later today.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is no 302B. So that any suggestion that this is over the amount that is available to our committee is incorrect. Because we have not established the limitations on the subcommittees. And what, of course, will happen, I suppose, because labor health is going to be the last, labor health, the education and health care of our people, will get what's left over. So I would make the point that the gentleman's opposition is correct in that this is a $300 million restoration of the level of funding the GAO had. Now, I would submit to you, there is no problem with that from a 30B perspective. And therefore, the issue is, do you want GAO to be able to do its job, or do you not? The gentleman from from California mentioned about the savings. For every $1, there's $123 returned. And over time, every year, there is somewhere in the neighborhood, I'm looking for the figure, $60 billion annually, every year, returned to the Treasury because of GAO activity. So the restoration of this money is accomplished in the first case that they bring. If it's an average number, they're 40, 50 cases, is only a portion of the first collection that GAO makes on an annual basis. So if you're really concerned about the deficit, and I'm not really sure you are, because you also want to cut IRS, which has the same kind of 1 to 12 return for the money spent, and therefore brings the deficit down. But if you want to do that, you will vote for this amendment. That is bringing the deficit down.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of this amendment. The GAO has a long track record of conducting objective, nonpartisan work, and is considered widely a trusted advisor across the aisle. 95% of the work they do is mandated and requested by Congress. They are the leading expert in combating fraud, waste, and abuse across government. The savings for this $396 million cut really are nothing compared to the billions of dollars that GAO saves the government through identifying waste and abuse in agency. Instead of spending time and money on political stunts like the creation of Dodge, we should invest in the real efficiency work that GAO has done for years. Congress has relied on GAO for over 100 years, for over a century. They have faithfully carried out their objectives in a nonpartisan and professional manner. I support this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized to address the amendment.
I strongly believe we cannot function as an independent branch of government without robust funding in this bill, especially for the Government Accountability Office, GAO. And it's been cut in half. And it's very alarming to me. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples of how the nonpartisan GAO holds every administration accountable as we turn to them for legal expert advice and analysis, fraud identification, and detailed recommendations for improving government agencies. Now, I serve on the Interior Agency, and I was I served as a ranking member with Chairman Calvert being the chair, and he stumbled upon something that he wanted to do something about. And boy, did we find a nest of very rats in it. And we tried to untangle it, and we were very successful, but we did it by using a GAO report. The Office of Navajo and Hopi Relocation. Remember those days? Yeah. The executive branch and the legislative branch, we were able to hold them accountable to start shutting a program down that had been shut down years ago. But we did it using the GAO, and we used them, and we improved on their recommendations, Mr. Chairman, at the time. We even improved on their recommendations. Another thing that we use the GAO because we have oversight for trust and tribal and treaty responsibilities, and tribal law gets very complicated very fast. We use GAO again in the committee under the Obama administration, to hold them accountable for reports on making improvements, to ensure health and safety at Indian school facilities. Here again, the chairman and I and other members of this committee were with when we were going through seeing just shocking things happening at some of our tribal schools. A blueprint was put in here to do something about it. We have not done everything in the blueprint, but this was a blueprint that we could use that had legal opinion, it had inspectors that went out, and it allowed us to hold, and I'll say it, the Obama administration's feet to the fire about what they were going to do about this. We had another report in doing our work on the Department of Interior, the Bureau of Indian Education, greater progress needed to address the remaining challenges in supporting school oversight. These were really important tools for our committee staff to use. Very, very important. And then there was a time when I was chair of the Interior Department, and we had a disagreement. Under the last Trump administration, we had a 35-day shutdown. And I thought the Interior Department I'm going to be clear, I thought the Interior Department might have been violating some of the Anti-Deficiency Act by keeping some of the park funds operation fees going by using designated park fees. Acting Secretary Bernhardt and we disagreed. So I asked GAO's legal opinion on the dispute. Now, they found there was a violation. We all make mistakes. We all have our own interpretations sometime, but that's why we need an independent agency to do it. If every administration, just was able to disagree with what we were saying as members of Congress, as in the Interior case, we wouldn't stand a chance of making sure, in this case, appropriations law was followed. So I really hope by the time we get to the floor, and I know there's limited funding, and to Mr. Hoyer's part, we don't have a cap yet, we can figure out some way that we can keep our independent agency, an agency Democrats and Republicans and our committee staff can use and work to help us do better oversight and be more efficient. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield. I yield back time.
I thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Case, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we've already well established in a variety of opening statements, and I think that it is patently obvious that the motivation for this action by the majority to gut the Government Accountability Office starts as a temper tantrum against the GAO doing its job on behalf of Congress to enforce our funding authority. In other words, it's a temper tantrum against them doing their job under the Impoundment Control Act. And it is a conscious effort by the majority in this Congress to cede our appropriation authority to the president by not having any effective oversight against impoundment actions. I think it is also, in the bigger picture, a very conscious effort by the majority to avoid oversight responsibility, to minimize dissent, to eliminate disagreement, and to mute judicial control wherever possible. And in doing so, I believe that this is part of a broader effort by this congressional majority in conjunction with the president to do the same thing right across Congress. We see the same basic thing happening in the administration, where the president, in his first few weeks in office, went after 17 inspectors general who have much the same function in the executive branch as the GAO has in Congress itself. And so you can't tell me that this is not a coordinated effort across all of government to basically get rid of any oversight, dissent, disagreement, and judicial review. That is the context. That is the big picture. That is what is going on with this particular effort to gut the GAO. Leaving all of that aside, let's talk about some of the practical realities of what that actually means. And I refer here to the GAO's own high-risk series. The high-risk series is GAO looking across all of government and on behalf of Congress, identifying the high-risk areas that we have to give attention to because it is where we are bleeding money. Great talk from the majority all the time about waste, fraud, and abuse. That's GAO's job. Now, how is it actually doing that? It is doing that by focusing on high-risk areas, and it maintains a high-risk area list. And it's a very instructive list. Let's just go down this list. It's got a number of areas that we should focus on. Improving the delivery of federal disaster assistance. Yesterday, we had a good debate about FEMA, which the majority has gutted in the Homeland Security bill. And the reason given by the majority for defending that reduction in FEMA was that they had great plans to reform FEMA in terms of its delivery of services. You know what? The GAO agrees with you. The GAO says we have to reform it too, and we think we have to reform it too. And who are we going to ask to help us with that reform, by the way? Are we going to ask the administration to tell us how to do that? Maybe for you, that is the answer. For me, it is an independent agency that is part of Congress to do that, and the GAO is equipped to do that. We've had a great discussion in the Defense Department. 832 billion, is it? In this year, in the bill that we already passed out of this committee. The GAO considers high risk in the DoD its quote-unquote approach to business transformation, its business systems modernization, its contract management, its weapons system acquisition, its financial management. In fact, many of these high-risk areas for the GAO have to do with the operation of the largest single expenditure that we have in all of federal government, the Department of Defense. You want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse in the DoD? Why are you then eliminating our ability to be able to review that in a professional way through the GAO? Are you thinking our staffs, which are very good, are just going to do it on their own? No, I don't think so. I think we need a little bit of independent expertise to do that. And yet you are denying our ability to do that by this action. You want to talk about cybersecurity? We talked about cybersecurity yesterday. The GAO considers cybersecurity in the federal government a high-risk area, and it has many options and suggestions and expertise. How do you expect us to go about reforming cybersecurity so that we better protect ourselves? So not only are you generally taking care of oversight, dissent, disagreement, and judicial review, but you are practically handicapping this Congress from doing our job in the areas that you yourselves believe are important. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized to address the amendment.
Chairman. And I associate myself with my colleagues' remarks, particularly the gentleman from Hawaii's most recent remarks. I'm just a little puzzled because it wasn't that long ago that we had that flash of a chainsaw, the waste, fraud, and abuse Doge team at work, Elon Musk, the co-president briefly, looking for waste, fraud, and abuse, slashing departments, shuttering departments, firing people, laying off people, quizzing people. Give me 5 things that you did today or this week. So we were looking for, this administration was interested in looking for waste, fraud, and abuse. I'm not sure what happened to the relationship between Mr. Musk and the president, and I'm really not sure what's going on with those who have been left behind in Doge and what they are doing. But take a look at what this body knows. The Government Accountability Office is a nonpartisan office that does important work of rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, inefficiency, and rewarding, returning monies that were taken from this government inappropriately. I think the gentleman from Hawaii is correct. The underlying ambition here is a temper tantrum of the administration, unhappy that we try to continue to flex our Article 1. But I want to take a look at what the GAO said to us. For example, we will be missing out on opportunities, hundreds of new efficiency and effectiveness gains for federal programs each year, efficiencies. We will be forfeiting the leading expert on combating fraud, waste, and abuse across government. We will be losing in-depth and institutional knowledge about federal programs and spending when we cut GAO in half. One of the numbers that impresses me, and so many of them have been thrown around here, not thrown around here, laid on the table for consideration, is in the last 6 years, GAO saved on average $92 billion a single year. Now, I was only an English major undergrad, but it seems to me if we cut GAO in half, they're going to be able to do approximately half as much work, which means we will be ceding $45 billion a year in savings that this nonpartisan agency does. Why would we do that? We are here appropriating. We are here looking for ways to save money so that we can appropriate it in places that are needed. And yet we're going to cut off GAO. We're going to cut off that kind of savings, that kind of finding, nonpartisan finding of waste, fraud, and abuse. I don't understand it. And so I support Mr. Hoyer's amendment, and I thank him for offering it.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if these figures mean anything to anybody. But currently, right now, the administration has $425 billion that we appropriated in the CR in March that's not being spent. $425 billion. GAO's job is to see why. Now, the gentlelady, I adopt the remarks of Ms. McCullum, Mr. Case, Ms. Dean, and all the other remarks that have been said here that are falling on deaf ears. She said correctly, $92 billion a year. You multiply that by 6, you get $552 billion. That is $500 billion that this agency that you are gutting produces back to the Treasury. You tell me with a straight face you're for reducing the deficit. I'm going to end when my time ends. I'm going to end when my time ends.
Your time ended 30 seconds ago.
I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient show of support is evident, and clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat.
Aye.
Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy.
Aye.
Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter.
Aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming.
Aye.
Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres.
Aye.
Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Cloud, no.
Gentleman from Maryland?
Dr. Harris, no.
Gentleman from Alabama?
Mr. Adderholt, no.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma?
Mrs. Bice, no.
Gentleman from Georgia?
Mr. Bishop, aye.
Gentlelady from Florida?
Ms. Frankel, aye.
Are there any other members wishing to record or change their vote? In that case, the clerk will tally.
Yes. We're going to me.
On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. I ask the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment strikes language in the bill that restricts the GAO in its ability to act as an independent, nonpartisan agency. And like all of you, my staff wrote awesome talking points in, and I'm not going to pay attention to them because this is also the Department of Redundancy Department. And while we are all apparently members of the Beating the Dead Horse Caucus, I'm not going to ask for a recorded vote. I'm also not going to lecture you about waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption because I'm from Chicago. Most of you have heard my jokes about Chicago. I've heard them from all of you. What did one Illinois governor say to the other? The food was better here when you were. What did one Illinois governor say to the other in prison? The food was better here when you were governor. And that was from a guy from Jersey. No offense. So I'm not here to tell you that there's not stupidity and corruption on both sides. But if we've learned anything in Chicago and Illinois about corruption is, honestly, the best way to deal with it is through greater transparency, accountability, and independence of those who would investigate us, as painful as that can be. You look at the history of the United States, Teapot Dome, Watergate, and with all due respect, you can strike this language. I think when this president gets in the room with truth, a fight breaks out. But it is not that there's not people on my side of the aisle who have done stupid things. It's just that we all have to acknowledge that the only way to address that, right, the sunlight is the best of disinfectants. So it's probably not a good idea to limit inspector generals or the GAO to have that ability to look at us, as awkward as that can be and difficult as that can be. Because that real cost of corruption being the loss of public's trust. We're talking about cost of living increases. We all know one of the reasons that's tough is we're less popular than cockroaches in polling. So it's just the truth. So, and I don't blame anyone here for that, but part of that is if we can agree to let the American public that they may disagree with our decisions, but they at least have to know, as ill thought out as they might think they are, that we're doing them because we think they're right, not for some inappropriate reason. So as soon as you exclude them, they're going to think you're doing it for your own profit or some inappropriate reason. So I just ask to think about this. And again, I'm not going to ask for a recorded vote because, we've been through this again and again. And, next year when we do approps, maybe we just tell people to run the tapes of last year's performance because it's like the old TV was summertime reruns. This is our favorite rerun. So I get the issue. I understand that this isn't going to go the way I'd like to go. I can read the tea leaves. But I just ask that we contemplate this as we move forward and recognize that we've got to regain the American people's trust, and the best way to do that is whether they agree with us or not, they think that we're doing this because we think it's the right decision. So I ask for your support.
Gentlemen, you want us to proceed, or are you withdrawing? Or
I'm not withdrawing. I'm just not going to ask for a recorded vote.
Okay, I understand. Thank you very much. Gentleman from California is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The Government Accountability Office, the GAO, is a legislative branch agency. Its work is directed by the legislative branch. However, as we continue to observe, the agency's projects are often self-driven actions that are not priorities of Congress. The language included in this bill requires that the GAO to limit the scope of its work to its congressional priorities and instructions rather than those in its own leadership and staff would like to take on. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from New York is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. GAO has a long track record of conducting objective, nonpartisan, and fact-based work. About half of the workload is mandated, and the other half is made up of requests from committee leadership. Many of this work is bipartisan. I don't really understand why the majority continues to imply that GAO is working along partisan lines. Though we may not always like their report findings, they have always been professional and factual. Limiting their ability to investigate and conduct research limits our ability to make legislative decisions. I support this amendment and encourage my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Well, I got to say, this is the same argument I heard when the Supreme Court said they don't want cameras watching them. They said it wouldn't always make us look good. In 1939, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington is released. The Senate screens us and says, we don't want this to go out because it makes us look bad. The GAO can make us look bad, but that's the whole point of democracy, warts and all. The beauty of that is, in 1939, that movie was screened in Warsaw and Moscow. And the beauty is, they didn't want it released because they thought it made us look too good. Right? It's the transparency that's magic, not that we're all angels here. And when the Nazis overran France, the Paris theater owners were told, we're going to start telling you what movies you can watch. In protest, they showed Mr. Smith Goes to Washington 24 hours a day until the last possible minute. Democracy doesn't always look beautiful, but that independence and that accountability is what is the magic and has made us the envy of the world. I ask for your support.
Thank the gentleman. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, is recognized for an amendment.
And would like to ask to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'm offering an amendment today that is familiar to members in this committee who have served here previously. I've offered this a number of years, and I'm offering it again. The amendment will allow recipients of the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals Program, commonly called DACA, to be eligible for employment here in Congress. I brought this common sense piece of legislation up in this committee a number of years, and I've engaged with some of you in conversations about this in the past. The best time to adopt this amendment would have been 10 years ago, but the second best time to adopt it is now. You know the numbers. There's 500,000 individuals with DACA status here in the United States who contribute $16 billion to our economy. They're doctors, they're educators, they work in our communities and live in our communities, and they deserve an opportunity. But some of them want an opportunity to work here in the halls of Congress. They want to help shape what our country looks like in the future. And right now, they are prohibited from having that ability. Because of the status that they have, they are prevented from being staffers and advising you and I, even though they are American in every way possible except a single piece of paper. By extending eligibility to DACA recipients, the legislative branch will benefit from allowing the best and the brightest job applicants to serve here in Congress with us. I want to be very clear, colleagues, this is not an immigration bill. It is simply a common sense adjustment that would allow young people a chance to work in Congress. I'm happy to have conversations about immigration reform and what that looks like here in Congress, working with authorizers and working with folks across the aisle and across the dome. I've engaged in those conversations with some of you in the past in good faith, and I look forward to those conversations in the future. This amendment is different. This amendment is simple and clear that individuals who have DACA status should not be excluded from working here with us, giving us advice, helping us navigate, writing reports, answering the phone call in your district office. They should not have that prohibition, and we have an opportunity in this bill to change that. I've heard from some of you that this is not a permanent fix, and I don't like this because this is not a permanent fix. Yeah, you're right. But this is the opportunity that's in front of us today. This opportunity is available to us to make this, to put this language in a bill and to send a message that young people with this status deserve an opportunity to work in the halls of Congress. I encourage your aye vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from New York is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. I am an immigrant from the DR, the Dominican Republic. I'm not a shortstop. I'm a member of Congress. And so I'm a proud member of Congress, and I stand in support of this amendment. DACA has been a transformative tool to the lives of hundreds of thousands of young people brought to the United States at a young age, and has resulted in economic gains for cities, states, and our nation. They are nurses, teachers, small business owners, homeowners. More than 3/4 of DACA recipients participate in the labor force, contributing an estimated $13.3 billion to the U.S. economy each year. This includes $6.2 billion in federal taxes and $3.3 billion in state and local taxes every single year. In this country, as of September 2024, there were roughly 538,000 active DACA recipients. So it's a fixed number. We know exactly how many there are. There's slightly over 500,000 of them. And there is strength in their diversity. Let's let them work here in Congress. They have so much to offer. And they will make our nation stronger. They will make this institution stronger. So I stand in solidarity with the millions of Dreamers and DACA recipients, and I strongly support this amendment and urge you to vote in support of it as well. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support for the amendment offered by my good friend, Mr. Aguilar. This amendment would clear the path for young people with deferred action for childhood arrivals or DACA status to enter government service in the U.S. Congress. For far too long, Dreamers have been barred from public service or in most cases even serving our country, their country, in the military. This exclusion is just plain wrong. I've had the honor and privilege to represent Dreamers in my congressional district and host Dreamer interns and fellows in my office. And I had one brilliant young woman who, when I had an opening and she was completing her internship, I suddenly realized that I could not hire her because of her immigration status, even though her immigration status was lawful. It was unreasonable, outrageous, and ridiculous. I have seen firsthand the immoral and unfair barriers that Congress has put in their way. Why would we keep these young people from pursuing their dreams and giving back to this country the only home that they have ever known? As the elected representatives of the American people, we have a duty to make sure that we have the best and the brightest serving our country. It would be a dereliction of that duty to turn away qualified applicants simply because they are DACA recipients, a lawful status, which is what the current law requires. But let's be clear. The exclusion affecting Dreamers working in these halls has nothing to do with protecting the institution or fixing our immigration system. It's just another way to embed the anti-immigrant extremism of congressional Republicans and Donald Trump in the People's House. If Republicans want to get serious about working to protect this institution, let's start with the character and integrity of the people who serve in these halls. If Republicans were serious, we wouldn't be talking about Dreamers. We would be talking about the concerning reports about the behavior of some members of Congress and staff, whether it is racism, sexism, white nationalism, violence against women, or the anti-Semitism that seems to run rampant through these halls and some of this government. I'm much more worried about Republican members who lie about their resumes or lie to their constituents about health care cuts than I am about Dreamers who are honest about their legal status. DACA recipients are already working as doctors, teachers, lawyers, scientists, and virtually every professional field there is. Dreamers represent the type of ambitious and dedicated individuals who would strengthen the federal government's workforce and represent a population that is too often ignored here in Washington. The same is true in any field of work. We should break down barriers for employing qualified legal immigrants. It makes all of us better off. We should encourage dreamers to contribute to our country, not threaten to kick them out and separate them from the only country and communities that they know. Before I close, I want to read these points from the George W. Bush Presidential Center. Many dreamers know only the United States as home, only speak English, and have their own American families. Without the contributions of dreamers and the DACA program, the United States would lose $460.3 billion in GDP over the next decade and remove 685,000 workers from the economy. DACA recipients are parents to more than 250,000 U.S. citizen children. The average DACA recipient arrived in the United States at age 7 and has lived here for more than 20 years. While I understand, Mr. Chairman, that this is not a bill that will carry immigration reforms to fix this problem once and for all. By the way, we had that opportunity, except that the current president decided he wanted to leave it as an election issue and House Republicans went along with that and didn't take up that important legislation that gave us an opportunity to comprehensively deal with immigration reform. And instead, we continue to shut dreamers out, which is unacceptable. For all of these reasons, I strongly support the gentleman's amendment. I hope that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will remember the dreamers that they have met or represent when casting their vote, and I urge adoption of the amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to express my gratitude to my colleague, the gentleman from California, for this amendment. And I'll be very brief. I simply want to express my support, but I also want to remind my colleagues that this issue has long been a bipartisan issue. And in fact, President Trump, even as recently as last year, maybe even this year, has articulated a desire to find a permanent solution for dreamers. These are young people who are participating in a federal program that makes them eligible to be here lawfully. This amendment would simply give them the opportunity to work for us here lawfully. It's as simple as that. It's my hope that this amendment, this very common sense amendment, passes with a wide bipartisan margin and that we can adopt this in the House. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Mr. Aguilar's amendment. DACA recipients, dreamers, they're migrants who were brought here when they were children. Most of them attended American schools, received permission to work, and pay taxes. And in nearly every respect, they're just as American as anybody in this room. Each member office, our offices, deserve the right to be able to hire the best and the brightest that America has to offer, and that includes dreamers who are covered by DACA. This is a good amendment. It fosters the American dream, and it stays true to that American dream. I urge a yes vote. I commend the gentleman for offering the amendment, and I urge its adoption.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Texas is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also support Mr. Aguilar's amendment, and I thank him for bringing this. Look, members, I know how we're going to vote on this. You know, we know what's going to happen here. But look, I just want you to consider this. These are young kids that were brought in. They didn't make a decision. They were brought in at a very young age, and the only life that they know is America. They were brought in. They didn't come in illegally. They didn't come in, on their voluntary. They came in. These are kids that they have to follow certain rules. That is, they have no criminal record. They've got an education. They're working. And these are the type of kids, if we're looking for anybody, or should I say any dreamers of DACA, if you want anybody to be here in this country, these are it. No criminal record. The only life that they know is the U.S. You take them out there, and there's been stories, and I've talked to some of them, that they've been taken off to Mexico, wherever they're from, and they feel out of place because the only life that they've known is America. And they're taken off somewhere else, and they feel like outsiders out there. So, members, look, I know what's going to happen here. I think we all know what's going to happen here. But somewhere down the line, we got to consider this one. If we can't even consider this one, what are we going to consider at a later time? We know what's going to happen, Mr. Chairman. Just hopefully somewhere down the line, we can consider this and do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Florida is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually want to remind some folks, because sometimes history is people try to rewrite history. Even sometimes our esteemed colleagues in this committee. Just heard criticism about President Trump not wanting to do something or doing something. I remind everybody here that the only president in the history of this country who proposed in the State of the Union, to legalize all DACA with citizenship. And the only thing that he wanted, he said, and let's just secure the southern border, was President Trump in the State of the Union. And who rejected that offer that he gave Congress and the American people? It was not the Republicans. It was, with all due respect, my beloved Democratic, not all the colleagues, but leadership. And I would also remind my colleagues that it was the Democratic President of the United States, in his campaign for president, President Obama, before he got elected, he promised on Univision to Jorge Ramos that he would propose and try to pass immigration reform in the first 100 years. And 100 days. It seemed like 100 years. That's right. That's right. He said it on Univision to Jorge Ramos, President Obama, before he was president, his election, in 100 days, I will propose and pass immigration reform. Not only did he not propose it, but there was a bipartisan group of Republicans and Democrats, I was one of those, who had a bipartisan immigration bill ready to go. And who killed it, my dear friends? President Obama and then Speaker Nancy Pelosi. So, by the way, this is a good issue, and I'm glad the sponsors talked about it responsibly. But I just want to remind people, when we are so easy to throw partisan accusations, I've been in this process when sometimes Republican leaderships have killed immigration proposals, but let's be very clear. The Democrats, from Nancy Pelosi to President Obama, and yes, even killed it as well, and even a proposal to deal with the Dreamers in the State of the Union made by President Trump was looked upon and just spit on and denied by the Democratic leadership, including some folks in this committee. Thank you. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, and I'll just share a few words here on this. And when we look at the value, and I think we've been hearing a lot about this, the value and the all that how our DACA students have enriched our communities. I obviously, being from Arizona, being in that age group and being an immigrant myself, I grew up with a lot of these kids now, many adults obviously, and I can tell you that they go to our churches, they go to our schools, and they don't know any other country except this one. The other thing too is that when I was an intern here in 2003, I had a green card. So the opportunities that are offered to so many people that grow up in this nation, that come to this nation and try to go through the process in the best legal way possible, our DACA students are a great example of that. And I know that a lot of people in this room believe in that. However, I'll tell you one thing, some of my colleagues, many here in this room have been here for much longer than I have. I've been here for 2.5 years. So the majority of my experience of dealing with this issue is from an outsider perspective. And the outsider perspective on this issue is that there's been a game of political football being played with this issue, of neither side taking true responsibility for fixing it. And every time we have an opportunity, there's always a reason or an excuse to not fix it permanently. Now, this solution here, or this amendment here, would just propose for them to be able to work here on the Hill, which I'm fully supportive of. But I think there's more to do in this area. Does this include all that I want? No. But I'm supporting this because it's at least a tiny step forward. And I see myself reflected in a lot of these students that we've been seeing coming in and out of this room, and they're in our communities, they go to our kids' schools, and we interact with them. And it breaks my heart for them to not be able to have all the opportunities that they thrive and they want to, especially to be able to give back to their community here. Nobody in this room is here for the number one reason that everybody's in this room is to serve our communities. That is why we're here. And when these students want to go on and serve their communities in this building, the most powerful city in this country, the most powerful nation on the earth, and they want to come here and serve, I want to give them an opportunity to do that. But let's make no mistake that this hasn't been one side responsible for not fixing the issue or the other. Everybody in this room, including myself, we have to take responsibility for not offering a permanent solution on this problem, whether we've been here for 2.5 years or 25 years or longer than that. So I really hope that whatever the result is of this vote, we can really take a serious look at ourselves and say, do we really want to fix this issue or continue to kick the can down the road and blame the other side for this? So I really hope that we're serious about it. It's easy to come here, grab a mic and say, I'm for this, I'm for that, when you kind of know the result of the vote at the end of the day. I'm hoping this passes, and I'm hoping that we can actually look at this and take one step forward on this issue. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the gentleman from Arizona for his comments, and thank him so much for supporting this amendment, and thank you for bringing it. Mr. Chairman, none of us asked to come here. We are here as a result of the actions of our parents, one way or the other. We're talking about children who were brought here, some as 3, 4, and 6 months old, and they are now products of our schools, our colleges and universities, and many of them very productive professionals who would like, in furtherance of their profession, to be a part of our staffs here on this Hill, but are being denied because of an act taken by a parent or parents when they are 3, 4, 6 months old, and therefore are being sentenced to never being able to fully develop along their dreams and aspirations because, as was said by Mr. Aguilar, a piece of paper. I wish we would think about this and think about our own existence, but for a few months and maybe just a few steps, any one of us could fall in this kind of category. I fall in the category of myself. I didn't ask to come here. I was dealt a deck of cards when I got here, and it was not always the deck was not always cut properly. But however cut, whatever was dealt, I tried to play those cards to the best of my ability and in furtherance of seeking a more perfect union. And that's all these young people are asking for. And I think that it's a shame if we don't allow them to have that. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized to address the amendment.
Just very, very quickly, as I was listening to the debate, and I thought about myself, my dad came in 1913. Italian immigrant, couldn't read or write the language. And born here, a citizen, he became a citizen, etc. So I'm a dreamer. But the dream was that my parents could dare to dream that one day that I would serve in the United States House of Representatives and achieve my dreams and my aspirations. We need to think about that and think about these young people and their willingness to try to make a difference for their country. And we need to have the will, the heart, the soul, and the political understanding that they need a chance at life in the way that I was in my career.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? If there's no further debate, then the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the debate and the support from colleagues on both sides of the aisle. All respect in the world to the dais up here. I guess I'll speak for a minute to the members on this side. Many of us weren't here in 2007 when President Obama gave interviews talking about this, or even in 2014 when the Senate sent a bill over, or 2013 when the Senate sent a bill over and the House didn't take it up, or in 2017, or in 2019. It doesn't matter. That's fine. That's helpful. It's reflective. It shows us a point in time when someone said something that we agree with or disagree with, but then we got to move on. This committee is about solutions. This committee should be about solving things and funding our government. And the question before us is very simple. Do we want to allow individuals with DACA status today to work for us, to work in the halls of Congress or to work in our district offices to help us be better legislators? That's the only thing we're voting on today. I encourage your aye vote.
Thank the gentleman. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call is requested. Sufficient support having been demonstrated, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. No. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Aye. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. No. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Aye. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Aye. Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein. No. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Miss Dean. Miss Dean, aye. Miss DeLauro. Miss DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzy. Mr. Elzy, no. Miss Escobar. Miss Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Miss Frankel. Miss Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Miss Captor. Miss Captor, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Miss Lee. Miss Lee, aye. Miss Letlow. Miss Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Miss Malloy. Miss Malloy, no. Miss McCollum. Miss McCollum, aye. Miss Ming. Miss Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Perez. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, aye.
Are there members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Adderholt, no.
Gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Hoyer votes aye.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma.
Mrs. Bice, no.
Gentlelady from Washington State.
Ms. Perez, aye.
Gentlelady from California. Ms. Torres, she's recorded? Okay. Sorry, you were standing and are there other members wishing to record or change their vote? I don't want to miss anybody. Clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 32, the noes are 29. The amendment is adopted. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres, is okay. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, are recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. And the members recognized for remarks on his amendment. Could you identify which one is by number?
Yeah, one second. Number one, Mr.
I
Chairman.
thank the gentleman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this amendment will fight climate change and remove the harmful and divisive policy riders from this legislative branch bill, prohibiting diversity training, discrimination against the LGBTQ plus community, and changing ethic rules have no place in this bill. We are, where we're going and what we are doing is in the plan to go down the same path as the administration. The Secretary of Defense is trying to erase minorities from the history books. The administration is working hard to roll back rights of the LGBTQ plus community. What's next? Will Republicans in the House try to erase the contributions of former members such as Shirley Chisholm and John Lewis? How far will we let these divisive policies go? We need to protect our house. This is the people's house, and it welcomes all people. We must lead by example. I ask you to vote yes on this amendment, and I thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from California is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment. This amendment would add language regarding plastic waste, allow funds to be used to promote and perpetuate divisive concepts under the guise of diversity, equity, and inclusion training, and allow for taxpayer funds to be used to discriminate against a person based on their religious marriage beliefs. It would also strike the administrative provision added to the bill that returns the House of Representatives leased vehicles policies to be in line with the remainder of the legislative branch. The administrative provision, as written, will save thousands of taxpayer dollars, as the current law requires members to lease vehicles that are often twice the cost of the alternative. To be wise stewards of hard-earned taxpayer funds, I urge rejection of this amendment.
The gentleman, are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized.
And I rise in strong support of Ranking Member Espaillat's amendment to strike a number of deeply troubling policy riders from this bill. This is the people's house. When our representatives and their staff reflect the broad range of experiences and background we represent, everyone wins. That's why I've been so disturbed to see repeated attacks from this majority on the congressional resources that help make that possible. First, they disbanded the House Office of Diversity and Inclusion, which provided essential services like recruiting and training through the fiscal year 2024 Ledge Branch bill. Now in this year's bill, they've inserted a bad faith provision in the base text that takes aim at funds for diversity, equity, and inclusion training by claiming without any evidence that it promotes or perpetuates divisive concepts related to race or sex. This bill undermines what should be a shared goal by inserting this unnecessary divisive culture war language. And we know where it's coming from. President Trump has already launched a sweeping campaign to erase diversity, equity, and inclusion from the federal government. This is part of a broader effort to make diversity a dirty word. But in reality, our diversity is one of our greatest strengths. By striking this provision, it should not be a partisan issue. Supporting a respectful, inclusive, and professional work environment is a must. So I will vote yes on this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized to address the amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too stand in support of this amendment to strike several different sections. One specifically I do want to address, just again, because this one at least was in the basis of the base text, was the discriminatory provision around marriage. This is the 10th anniversary today of marriage equality today, and we all have taken an oath to uphold the laws of this country. The law for 10 years is that marriages can be between a man and a woman and a woman. And yet this body, this committee in this bill specifically says that you can discriminate against someone if you believe marriage is only between a man and a woman, which isn't the law. And we've taken an oath to support the laws of the nation, which say you can be two men or two women married. So we are not living up to our oaths with this bill yet again. Look, I get some of you have different levels of marriage experience. I've been married, it'll be 20 years next year. Some of you are single, some of you are married once, some of you are married twice, some of you might be married more than twice, some of you may have a mistress. I don't know, I guess the opposite is a master. I think women are too smart, so I'm just gonna stick with the mistress part. But I'm married for 20 years. This is an institution that we appreciate and we want to respect. And the fact that I, who 7.5 years ago had a triple bypass, you know, if something would happen to me, I want my husband to be able to go to the benefits folks here for the legislature and get the benefits that are due my family. And if the person who's in the benefits, and don't forget, we have a small office there, decides that somehow their views supersede law, then they don't have to help provide that help. That's what's in this. I know, you know, we're not supposed to think or talk. We're just supposed to vote for this stuff. But I'm going to spend a little time telling you about the reality, because this is the reality for me. And don't forget, you got about at least 10 members of the House who probably have a similar reality publicly, and maybe a few others that don't. But you're affecting our lives, and you're violating your oath to the United States Constitution and to office to uphold the laws of the land. The law of the land is you can have same-sex marriages. That is the law of the land for 10 years today. So for us to pretend like that was funsies, we can't do that. We don't do that for other things. But we do that because there's a part of your base that bluntly is bigoted and doesn't believe in it, but doesn't matter. You don't have that prerogative because you took an oath, and yet you're about to vote against your oath of office when you vote for this, saying that people can break the law and not give my husband the benefits should something happen to me. So I just wanted to point that out because it's great to have the base happy. It's great to go to a rally and have people say, "Go Trump, you know, you did a great job." But it's also another thing to understand that, you know, I've sworn that oath also, and I'm going to try to uphold the laws of the nation. But this is a law you're not upholding when you vote for this bill. But this amendment would at least fix that part of it so that you're saying, I recognize I may not like what the law is, but that wasn't part of the oath. It wasn't, I swear on the Constitution, except for the laws I don't like. That's not the oath that we all took. So just making it real clear what we're doing today. It's important to point that out on the 10th anniversary of a law that you're about to say we don't have to uphold, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute to close.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment has a simple, environmental friendly measure to make us all environmental friendly here in this toxic place. It has fundamental rights for the LGBTQ plus community that I think they deserve to have. They shouldn't be discriminated because of who they love. It is so simple and fundamental. We really should not go back to the Stone Age. Let's vote for this amendment. It's simple. It makes sense. We don't want to erase Shirley Chisholm or John Lewis or anybody else from our history. This amendment welcomes all. Please support it. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to dispense the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from New York is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, you may walk around the hallways of Rayburn or some of our other administrative buildings and see a placard of the January 6th plaque that we intended to put up in support of those that courageously defended us on that day. Now, they didn't defend Democrats or they didn't defend Republicans. They defended all of us. I myself was in my office getting ready to go down to the floor when this occurred, and I stood there with my staff and we barricaded our office. But when I came out of it, I went to the Ways and Means room, and I saw Democrats huddled there and Republicans huddled there in fear that they will be hurt. There was no distinction whether they were blue or red. And the people defending us out there were the men and women of the Capitol Police. And we should recognize that as people chanted, that mob chanted, "Hang Mike Pence," and "Where is Nancy?" We should never forget that, because that could have been any one of us had they run into us. And these officers, Brian Sicknick, Howard Limmigood, Jerry Smith, Gunther Hashida, and Kyle the Freitag, members of the Metropolitan Police Department and Capitol Police that died and subsequently lost their lives, we should never forget. And yet, time has passed, and the other side has refused to put up this plaque. The side that touts that they're about law and order and they love the blue have refused consistently, stubbornly, to recognize this. And so this amendment proposes to recognize those folks that defended the Capitol during January 6th and that horrendous attack. For years, we have called on House leadership to give the order and install the plaque. Install the plaque once and for all, Mr. Chairman. It's not a felony, it's not a cardinal sin to install this plaque. Let's install it for the police officers that were there, for all of us. I know some of you may want to sweep this under the rug and make believe it never happened, but it did. And so this amendment chooses to recognize those police officers. We're all about the men and women in blue. We should all be for public safety. Let's act on it and let's install this plaque. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from California, Mr. Valadeo, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the ranking member, Espaillat's position on this, and I actually agree that the law should be implemented. We continue our discussions with House leadership but to consider this amendment an unnecessary measure. Oh, sorry. We look forward to working together to find a solution that everyone can agree on. As the bill is written, as it's in law, even the plaque that is used as an example across the building doesn't meet the letter of the law. And we do have to work with leadership to get to a point where we can find something that actually works to the letter of the law and implement it at that point. But at this time, I don't see this amendment as necessary, and I urge its opposition. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delors, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, which would honor really brave law enforcement officers from the Capitol Police, U.S. Capitol Police, other agencies who responded to the riot incited on January 6th, 2021. January 6th, 2021. Was one of the darkest days in our nation's history. I was here that day. Where's the plaque? Can you hold it up, please? It was one of the darkest days in our nation's history. I was here. I was evacuated from the House gallery. And any insinuation that the rioters who assaulted the Capitol that day were anything less than violent offenders is really an insult to the brave police officers, the Capitol staff who put their lives on the line to defend our democracy. I witnessed firsthand the violence, the fear, the chaos that the president's words brought to our sacred halls. That day was not simply an attack on the Capitol building. It was an attack on our democracy, our Constitution, and the values we share as Americans. Not since the British burned Washington, D.C. in 1814 has such an assault been perpetrated on our nation's capital. I was lying on the cement floor around the gallery, and I had very little juice left in my phone, but I called my husband. And just to tell him that I was safe, just to let our kids know that I was safe, to reassure our family, I just said, I'm okay. They are going to get us out. They. The United States Capitol Police, and we would be all right. I hesitated, honestly, to tell him that I loved him, and I hung up the phone. I did that, I said, because it brought back memories of 9/11, where people, just had that one moment, and they said goodbye, because we didn't know what was going to happen, honestly. Not scared, but we were in serious, serious trouble here. Members were not the only ones at risk that day, because with us as the gallery as we went on, and it was a little like hopscotch, you had to go over and under, and Marcy was there. She was She was by me, but we had the press corps that were following us, these young men and women who were trying to follow us, and we were pulling them along. And member to member, we're just saying, you know, are you okay? Jimmy Gomez, vividly, you know, come on, Rosa, let's go. You know, and it's just as people trying to take care of one another. And we weren't the only ones at risk. Staff worked tirelessly to respond to our constituents to make the wheels of this government turn. They were also threatened by the mob. I had a young staff person who was trapped in my Capitol office. The Capitol Police were rushing me out and going down the stairs. I asked to help him. They said they couldn't. My staffer was traumatized by this experience. Only hours later that he was released from that office. And there's so many stories like his from those who were here that day. And we all did get to the Ways and Means room. And as we have seen, and I'll just say this vignette, as they got us out the door, the gallery, that's the door in which the First Lady comes through for the State of the Union. And when we got out that door, really, the insurrectionists were lying on the floor with the Capitol Police with guns standing over to them. And they grabbed us and pulled us to move down the steps as quickly as we could so that we could be safe. You know, as we've seen recent deadly acts of political violence against state lawmakers in Minnesota, we have a greater responsibility to ensure that we do not forget. We should not diminish the gravity of what happened that day. Political violence, and I repeat, political violence, any violence against law enforcement is never acceptable. And it's why I condemn what I believe were the president's irresponsible and reckless pardon of all of the January 6th rioters. It does nothing to help Americans. And in fact, it unleashed a mob of convicted violent criminals in our streets. The pardon demonstrated a reckless disregard for the law, contempt for brave men and women who enforce it. Police were spit on, they were beat up, they were bludgeoned, and they were brutalized by this mob for hours. Some of the rioters had lengthy rap sheets even before the riot. They've since been rearrested, like Zachary Alam, smashed the glass pane that rioters were attempting to climb through. Recently rearrested for breaking into a home in Virginia while the residents were there. We cannot allow this chapter to be rewritten. To do so would dishonor the sacrifices our Capitol Police officers made to preserve our republic, including that of U.S. Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, who passed away following the injuries sustained in the line of duty, and the 4 others who took their own lives following the riots. Today, I join my colleagues. I thank the Capitol Police every time I see them for their bravery. Every day they come to work ready to protect the citadel of democracy, our nation's capital. They faced hell on January 6th, and despite the overwhelming violence, they protected our democracy, they saved our lives, and they secured the Capitol. I condemn this violence, and I believe everyone in this room condemns violence. And a plaque honoring Capitol Police's struggle, placed in a prominent position in our Capitol, is the least that we can do. And we have one. It's ready to be put up. Instead, it is lying somewhere in a forgotten room. Those officers and the officers who protect us every day come to work. They deserve to know that we will not let the facts and the history of this day be forgotten. I will never forget, not to this day. No one who was in the Capitol that day will forget. The American people will not forget. Regardless of who was in the White House, I keep supporting our police, our Capitol Police, and our democracy. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, is recognized for comments on the amendment.
With respect, I'm not sure how you can agree with this and not vote for it and talk about how to get to that solution. When it comes to installing it, it's a mechanical thing. There are people who put these up all the time. It's a question of will. So I know a lot of people were in the Capitol. There weren't a lot of us in the chambers, especially in the balcony, because we got trapped up there. And you could hear the tear gas canisters, the screams, heard the gunshot. And at some point in time, we were told to stay low. Here we are in the most important democracy in the world. We're told to stay low because they're worried about getting shot. As we moved over to the other side of the balcony to get out. And when we got over there, I heard someone say, "So when does the effing cavalry get here?" It didn't get there till the next day. I didn't see the National Guard or anyone else other than the Capitol Police and DC Police until late that night or early the next morning. So it was all on the DC Police and the Capitol Police when this was happening. Before it happened, I looked out on the East Capitol steps, and there was a huge crowd over there too, and 2 Capitol Police officers with no riot gear, baseball caps, standing up against them. And I text back my staff, it doesn't look like we have enough security. And they said, well, at least you're in the Capitol where we know we're safe. We all had that sense that there was something we didn't, some hidden force that was going to come out and secure everything. It was the Capitol Police. They were out-equipped, outnumbered, and I'm pretty sure wouldn't be here without them. So I just think this is the simplest way to do this, and it adds an extraordinary insult to the injury to the 5 who died, the 140 that were injured, that we simply don't recognize that, and I'd appreciate your support. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, is recognized to address the amendment.
Yes. I would like to rise in support of the amendment, Mr. Chair, and just add, for the record, some memories. Again, as some other members have referenced, most of the members that day were not on the floor for the proceedings. They were very lengthy. We arrived early in the morning, and obviously it was an official registration of votes cast by the states. But I was one of those. I keep thinking back to an old show called I Was There. Well, I was there, along with Rosa and Benny Thompson and dear Jackie Spear, so many of us, Brad Schneider, those members that continue to serve here. But it's important for the record to know that extremism has no place in the politics of this country. And it happened right here. Millions of citizens on TV knew what was happening before we did. For those few that had iPhones on in the gallery where we were stuck, they knew a little bit more than I did, but my iPhone ran out of gas, and I didn't have the ability to really find out what was going on. I remember, along with Rosa, as we tried to get out of the Capitol, I worried so much about a couple of our colleagues who had had orthopedic operations, and we literally had to go under the gold bars in the gallery. And a lot of folks couldn't do that. If you're 6'4", you can walk over them. If you're not, you got to go under them, and there's not much room. We all learned that because the concrete steps are right on your back. So you had to be rather, have a little dexterity in order to get out of there. I remember the I'd never worn a tear gas mask. I had never smelled tear gas. And we knew, we were informed that tear gas had been shot off in the Capitol Dome, and there we were, and you could hear the footsteps coming your way. And when they locked the doors, I never heard that sound before, but in the gallery, how they were just, from the outside, you could see them being heaved and people trying to get in. And then I found out later that a lot of the big desks had been put on the outside in order to prevent people from getting in. So we were locked inside those doors for hours, and you could hear the noises, you could hear the footsteps, you could hear all of that commotion coming up the stairs. And so the police were trying on it. We couldn't see, but we knew that something was happening in order to try to protect us. I remember Raul Ruiz, Congressman Ruiz from California. I'll never forget his bravery for those of us that were stuck in the furthest corner from any kind of exit, coaching all of us as an emergency physician on what to do, first with a tear gas mask, but secondly, how to conduct yourself in an emergency raid like that. That gentleman is an amazing human being. Afterwards, after all, for President Trump to release the people that did that is a crime. It's a crime. And people should pay, if they're going to invade private territory that belongs to the American people, they should pay a price for that, and they should have to fulfill their sentences. I certainly would have had to do that if I did something wrong here, and so should those that did that. For the officers, that evening I came back because I'd left my iPhone on the floor. It was not working, and I came up to the third floor to the door that one would easily access, not the one that we had to ultimately access to get out of the building. And there was a sergeant-at-arms officer sitting there in a chair, and he was staring straight forward. He had the look of a soldier who just come out of a major encounter. And I said, "Sir," I said, "are you all right?" And he looked at me. Well, he didn't look at me. He stared ahead. He goes, "I have never seen anything like that in my 30 years of service." And I remember the look on the officers' faces, Rosa, when you said when we were on the floor and we were trying to exit, those that were holding guns to protect us. And they were professionals, they were brave, they didn't know what was going to happen, and yet they were guarding us. I don't know who they were. All I remember their dress, I remember their stance, and I remember their patriotism. So I rise for them today, and I really think, I plead with my friends on the other side of the aisle, not to hang a plaque in their honor is a sacrilege. For what happened to those who protected us on the outside, and for those who died, and for those who have injuries, physical and mental, we must do this. It is the right thing to do. And I urge you to go back into your caucus and consider this and work with us to do something that is fitting for people that protected elected members of the Congress of the United States and attempted to protect the Capitol itself. But unfortunately, millions of dollars of damage had to be paid for. It was not pleasant to go through. And I end with a sentence: political extremism has no place in this country. And if we don't stand up for the rule of law, how can we expect the American people to do it? I thank you very much. Please support the amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in strong support of this amendment. I was sitting here almost in tears, reflecting back on the day, what happened where I was, what I encountered, as I was listening to the discussion here. It never leaves me, and every time I see even something on TV, it brings back that feeling of insecurity. I saw them, didn't realize who I was seeing them as I was walking down a hallway. An officer told me, "You can't go left, go left." And then all these doors opened up for me to come and stay until things were settled. This is personal. Ryan Sicknick grew up in my district. His family has been here with me a couple of times, and I've had the opportunity to thank them. There's not anything we could do to really thank them for their faithfulness and their sacrifice. This placing of a plaque is such a meager recognition of what they did for us, that I don't understand what it is that's causing us not to be able to place this placard. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask for clarification from the chairman of the subcommittee based upon something that he said as he talked about being in support of recognizing this work that they did.
The gentlelady controls the time, and she can certainly
Thank you.
yield time to the chair.
So, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned that you did support this, and we needed to recognize the valor of that day and the fact that they saved our lives. But you said that we should get to a point where we can agree on the what of it, or move our way through and negotiate the where or the what or the whatever. And I just don't understand what that might be, since we're talking about putting a plaque up on a wall like we put pictures up on walls. So what is it that you are referring to, if you don't mind, when you say that we need to get to a point where we can figure it out?
Well, I appreciate you making the question long because you are burning your time. But the answer, if you actually look at the text of the language of the original bill, it specifies you have to list the names of every single person in every single law enforcement agency that responded on that day and put that on the western wall, which has never been done on this Capitol, or put something on the outside of this Capitol. So there is dialogue to find a location that would be suitable to everyone. And there are also people in law enforcement agencies who were here that day and specifically asked not to be named and not to be listed on that wall. So that creates a controversy for people who don't want their names on a public location where they would be recognized. And that is us trying to honor their requests.
May I reclaim my time? Number one, I did not know that there was a requirement of the placing of the plaque and the listing of every name of every individual that did something heroic on that day. That is the first time I've heard that, and I want to see that in writing. But if it were the case, sir, if it were the case, we had enough time to list those names, to memorialize them, to identify a place to showcase them. We do not need to continue to go through this unnecessary discussion of something as simple as recognizing the fact that there was an insurrection on at the House, at the Capitol, in some of our buildings on January the 6th, that we were in danger, that there were people who put their lives on the line for us. They came from more than one law enforcement agency. They didn't get here from the cavalry until the next doggone day. And so I don't understand why we would allow ourselves to have this unnecessary discussion and to offer these specious arguments on why something so small could not have been done on behalf of those who made the ultimate sacrifices on our behalf. And with that, I yield. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. And I also rise in support of this amendment. Like many of you here, I was in the Capitol on January 6th, trapped on the balcony for 45 minutes, crawling from one side to the other, looking for weapons to protect ourselves, to defend ourselves from the people that were outside trying to hurt us. It was not a protest. It was a violent insurrection aimed at overturning the will of the voters and threatening the peaceful transfer of power. I will never forget the fear and chaos that filled the Capitol, the halls of the Capitol that day. I remember the sound of the mob banging on doors, the bravery of law enforcement officers who risked their lives to protect us, and the sense of betrayal as our sacred democratic institutions were desecrated. In the area where I was in the balcony, there was one officer. We could not lock one of those doors, and he bravely handed over the gas masks and did not put one on himself until every member of Congress had their hoodie on. The individuals who orchestrated and carried out these horrible acts do not deserve leniency. President Trump pardoned over 1,500 criminals involved in this attack. The Trump administration also rewarded the family of Ashley Babbitt $5 million. These decisions disregard the suffering endured by Capitol Police officers, congressional staff, and members who worked tirelessly to uphold the integrity of our democracy. 5 Capitol Police officers lost their lives as a result of that insurrection, with over 150 officers sustaining injuries while defending the Capitol. Pardons betray the sacrifices of those who bravely stood in front of this mob to protect us, our democracy that day. Many of you were here with me. This should not be a political issue. President Trump incited a deadly riot, and the Capitol Police put their lives on the line to defend every single one of us. They didn't defend Republicans. They didn't defend Democrats. They defended our institution. This isn't just about a plaque. By the way, this is what the debate is about. This plaque right here. It is unconscionable that we are having a debate over showing our appreciation to the men and women who gave their lives to protect us. I join my Democratic colleagues in demanding that the plaque honoring the courage of our Capitol Police be displayed at once and required by law that Republicans refuse to follow. We're not asking for $5 million as the award that was given to a woman who had to be stopped by a bullet in order to prevent her from coming into the House floor. We're not asking for $5 million for each of the lives that were lost of these officers. We're not asking for $5 million for 150 officers who suffered injuries. We're asking for a plaque. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized to address the amendment. Is the gentleman ready to speak? If not, I'll move on and come back. Okay, gentleman's recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in support of the amendment. When the Capitol was invaded and attacked just over 4 years ago on January 6th, one of Congress's most sacred constitutional duties was delayed. The lives of every staffer, member, police officer in the building were put at risk. The U.S. Capitol Police officers were bullied, threatened, beaten as they protected hundreds of members, staff, and employees from an overwhelming and unpredictable mob. Officers, whether they were physically injured or not, will face invisible wounds and scars from the trauma and the distress of that event. Some tragically lost their lives. Every person who visits our Capitol needs to know that history and the reasons why we must remain vigilant against political extremism and senseless violence. So I hope that we can come to our senses and this committee would recognize our obligation to follow the law. Congress passed a law to post that plaque, to honor those who sacrificed and who served on that fateful day. We ought to recognize that. We ought to honor our own work, our own direction, and that recognition should be properly displayed in the Capitol forthwith. We should end that delay. I urge the adoption of this amendment. It's a good amendment. It's a good historical marker for the United States of America and for our democracy. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Lee, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I don't get up and speak too much here. And I must say that this is a really sad moment, that we did pass the law and we did have an agreement. There was an agreement among the four corners. Now, granted, it wasn't to the exact letter, the exact names, et cetera. But in the spirit of these men and women who literally the days, the weeks, the years after January 6th, I walk by them we all walk by them every single day going in and out of our buildings. And to see I talked to a young woman whose marriage fell apart because of PTSD. So many of these men and women suffered serious mental health issues and yet show up day in and day out to keep all of us safe. And it's pretty sad that we're going to have some amendments talking about member safety. And many of us are feeling the stress of member safety right now. And we're calling on the Capitol Police to stand up and keep us safe as we try to perform our jobs. So we can do all of the semantic acrobatics we want. But I guess my question, Mr. Chair, the chair of the committee, the ranking members, can't we come to a solution where we simply can just honor the men and women who suffered so that we could be safe? And I just find it that, you know, we continue to go through, we passed a law, but the law didn't say this, and this doesn't say that. This is a plaque that has the names of the men and women who died the day of or thereafter. It honors the bravery of the Capitol Police. For God's sakes, I don't care if it goes on the west wall or the east wall. I don't care if it goes inside or outside. Can we not just come to a solution and work together to please just do a basic thing to honor the men and women who who put their lives on the line so we can be safe? And we all stand up and say how we honor law enforcement, and we stand with the blue. Let's stand and honor them with just a simple act of recognition. And this isn't, to me, it's not a political statement. It's just an act of recognition that they went through one of the most horrific days in our country's history, and they stood up. And can't we, as the leaders of this country, stand up and honor them?
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would associate myself with the remarks of a number of the members, and I'll admit the notion that somehow there are technicalities or logistics that would prevent us from displaying this, to me, is borders on absurd. There are clearly ways that we could do that. There's individuals who don't want their name listed. We could put a kiosk up that allows people to opt out or opt in. The truth is, this plaque needs to go up. People attacked the citadel of democracy for 250 years. We celebrate this year this amazing republic, and that's the symbol of this republic. And the fact that people would come and defile it and attack members of Congress and look to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power, which has defined this nation for 2.5 centuries, and to suggest that some technicality or some a bit of logistics would keep us from doing it is begs belief. So I would certainly agree with the amendment and urge its adoption. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized to address the amendment.
The plaque.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I associate myself with the words of my colleagues. I too was here on January 6th, a little more than 4 years ago, up in the gallery. I'll never forget the day. I'll never forget our faces. I'll never forget the sounds. It was COVID. And so we went up at different appointed times, and we're supposed to distance ourselves. That's why we were up in the gallery at all, because otherwise we would have been down on the floor doing our duty, our constitutional duty. The absurdity that this plaque has not been hung, let's just strip it down to what the truth is. The President of the United States is trying to rewrite history by pardoning everybody day one, by not allowing the Speaker to hang this plaque. He's trying to rewrite history, that it didn't happen, that the President did not invite, he did not excite, he did not incite Americans to take Trump flags and American flags and beat Capitol Police officers, wound them, killed 5 of them. I'm not surprised you won't look me in the eye, because I guess you don't look Capitol Police officers in the eye. They stood for us. I'll never forget standing in that gallery. I was standing next to Dean Phillips, and we were just listening to the arguments to not certify. And we were saying the word shame, and he said something else. And then, Veronica, you'll remember this. We heard this series of announcements. Please sit down. What? Please prepare to lie down. And then please get your gas masks out from under your seats. Well, I don't know if your orientation included it, but I had no idea we had gas masks under our seats and that we would need them because Americans were attacking Capitol Police and the Capitol. I remember looking at you, Veronica, because I was on the gallery and I dropped down below and you were wearing a beautiful white jacket. And I thought, it's like a shooting gallery here. And I hollered, Veronica, get down, because you were such a target. We all got down and fumbled and crinkled that paper to open that gas mask, layer after layer, to get that gas mask on. And I too called my family. That was one of the saddest moments, because I scared the crap out of them. And I feel bad about that. We're talking about hanging a plaque to remember the Capitol Police officers, 5 of whom lost their lives, 150 of whom have been wounded, many of whom have lost their careers they loved. I'm in touch with Sergeant Cannell to this day. He texted me the other night and said, by the way, do you realize, is he texting you now? By the way, do you realize none of the January 6th injured police officers has received their benefit? Not one. Would you ask the administration, in addition to hanging the plaque, to please make sure they get their benefit? Not one. I cannot understand it. I went and visited the actual plaque. It is as even more handsome than this, as solemn as this, a simple statement of our history and what they did for us. You know, as they hauled us out and we went up and over or under the brass railings, not knowing where we were going, and it was pretty clear nobody knew where we were going until we finally got somewhere safe. I remember one of the saddest things I was told to do after put on your gas mask, because Americans are here attacking you. Take your pin off. You know the pride you felt when you first got this pin. The pride I feel when I put it on. What a privilege to say, I work here. I represent my constituents here. And they said, take it off. Hide it. Because they won't give a damn who you are, whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, or whatever. They'll kill any one of us. Capitol Police kept us from being killed. And we can't hang the plaque. Tell the speaker it's time to hang the plaque. That's what it's going to take. I have 6 grandchildren. I tell them fairy tales and different stories, allegories. I've been thinking an awful lot about the Emperor's New Clothes. The Emperor's New Clothes. The Emperor who wanted so much to have the very best of suits that he hired 2 shysters to make him a suit of the very finest of fabrics and threads. Of course, they were shysters. They didn't have any fabric, they didn't have any thread, but they were such good snake oil salesmen, or in this case, suit salesmen. They said, if you cannot see it, if your courtiers cannot see the suits that we are making, it's because they're fools, they're idiots. And so some of the courtiers, some of the ministers to the emperor went to check on the fabrics and on the suits. And they couldn't see anything. They saw nothing, in fact. But they thought, oh God, we'll be found for fools. So they went back and assured the emperor it's gorgeous. Well, guess what? The emperor put on that new suit and paraded downtown. It took a little girl to say, the emperor has no clothes. It's time to recognize the nakedness of this, the naked attempt to rewrite history, to pardon everybody, to say there's a reason we can't put this plaque up. We can't honor those police officers. There's these technicalities. This is a naked abuse of power and a naked hypocrisy. Please ask the speaker to do his job and hang the doggone plaque. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to associate myself with the remarks of all of my colleagues. And to the subcommittee chairman, I'd like to suggest that we please come up with a solution for a manager's amendment for the floor. The American people definitely see Congress as being extremely dysfunctional. We have the Congress as a whole has very, very low approval ratings because we're seen as dysfunctional. This is not that complicated. This is not something that is rocket science. If there are challenges and complexities that we have not been made aware of, this is the first I hear of all of these complexities, but if this is so complex and challenging, let's simplify it and let's remedy this for the floor. Not because it's important to us, although I will tell you, as I've been hearing my colleagues talking about that day, it's really triggering. It is so hard to relive that day. But if it's hard for us, I cannot imagine how profoundly hard it is for the police officers who were there that day. So we owe it to them. You don't owe it to us. We owe it to them to do this and get it done. And in fact, I'm surprised to hear that the police officers themselves are the obstacle, that, some want their name, some don't want their name. Because in fact, there are members of Capitol Police and the DC Metro Police who've sued in federal court to get this done. And in my conversations with them, not one has ever told me, we've been asked this question about our name and we can't reach an agreement. So this is absolutely news to me, and I think probably news to many of us. Hopefully everyone here has seen the videos of that day. If you were not in the gallery that day, if you were not in the House that day. But far beyond that day, some of their marriages have fallen apart because of this. Some of them have suffered really serious behavioral health challenges. Most of them still deal with physical health challenges, impacts to their bodies where they still need physical therapy. And as Madeline mentioned, many of them have had to set up GoFundMe accounts because they can't get their benefits. They had to leave a job they loved because they physically cannot do it anymore, or because they emotionally cannot do it anymore. And as a result, they financially cannot provide for their families. All because they took their oath seriously, they took their job seriously, and they saved all of our lives. They saved all of our lives. So finding a solution to the complexities that are preventing a plaque from going up at the US Capitol, that should be a top priority for us. We can do it. We can figure it out. I have absolutely no doubt. And let's get it done this appropriation season, not for us, but for them. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from California, Mr. Levin, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleagues, I rise in support of this amendment, and I am in disbelief that in the last 4 years, the Congress of the United States still hasn't found the political will to do something as basic and as decent as installing a plaque to honor the law enforcement officers who protected all of us and this Capitol on January 6th. I have great respect for my friend from California, I really do. But it's my understanding that this plaque has already been cast in bronze. It's sitting somewhere, waiting to be put up. And the only reason, in my view, is not a technicality, but it's really a fear of political backlash, a fear of the truth. Let's not forget how many of our Republican colleagues saw things very clearly on that day, January 6th. Leader Kevin McCarthy said, and I quote, "The president bears responsibility for the attack on Congress by mob rioters. He should have immediately denounced the mob when he saw what was unfolding," end quote. Leader Kevin McCarthy. Senator Mitch McConnell called it a failed insurrection and said, and I quote, "The mob was fed lies. They were provoked by the president and other powerful people," end quote. Those are Republican leaders speaking the truth. So what happened? We had the moral clarity to say those words when the tear gas was still in the air. How can we not summon the courage now to install a plaque honoring the officers who saved this building, the building next door, the one next door to that, and all of us inside? These officers weren't partisans. They were Americans in uniform. They were punched, kicked, dragged, crushed, and tased. And still they stood. Still they protected the Constitution. If we truly back the blue, how do we justify ignoring their sacrifice for us? We name post offices. We build monuments. We commission plaques for people who served this country decades or even centuries ago. But we can't bring ourselves to honor those who defended our democracy 4 years ago because it might upset the former and current president. Let me be clear. Honoring the people who risked their lives for this institution should not be partisan. It should not be controversial. It should be automatic. And if we can't agree to even do this, what kind of example are we setting for the American people, for our kids, for the next generation of officers who might one day be asked to stand between democracy and chaos? So put up the plaque. Show the country we still have a conscience. And show those officers, including the ones who are working here today and every day to protect us, show their families that their sacrifice wasn't political. It was patriotic, it was noble, and it will never, ever be forgotten by a grateful nation and a grateful Congress. I yield back.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? The gentleman from Maryland is recognized to address the amendment.
I thought Congressman Levin, Congressman Dean, Congresswoman Escobar, and others have said correctly. So I've grappled, I tell the chairman, with why has this not been done? And I think Ms. Dean put her finger on it. It is because so many cannot bring themselves to telling the truth. And therefore, they pursue the rationalization of treason. I was not on the floor. Nor was Pelosi, nor was McCarthy, nor was Scalise, nor was the Speaker. But we were all together, not too far from here. Mr. McCarthy's been quoted. Mr. McConnell were quoted as the traitorous acts happened and the anger that they felt. A party that says they are for the police, for law enforcement, for the defense of liberty, continues to rationalize the ignoring of a congressional directive. Let's stop that negligence today. As Chief Manger left office as chief of the police, I asked him in committee, what was the response of the Capitol Police? And he said they were profoundly disappointed and disheartened, and their morale sunk. I can't believe that any one of the over 60 of us who are on this committee would want that to be the case. Let's vote for this amendment. Let's put up this plaque. Let's say thank you that we had so many who remain the home of the brave so that we can be the land of the free.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? A gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me ask the subcommittee chair. I wasn't here on January 6th, but I do have a couple questions about what's going on with the bill. So when was the bill passed?
March 2022.
All right. And so you were saying there's some
July 28th.
police officers who don't want their name to be on.
That's, I mean, they're not
memorial?
going to come out here publicly and protest it, but yes, people have come privately and asked. But if you're asking me if this is something that we should move forward with, yes, we should move forward with this. But from what I understand, this is above my pay grade as the legislative branch because we are just appropriators. The speaker is working with leadership to find a spot, and we've been working with leadership to find that location. But I get people want to continue to make a point, so.
Well, just a couple questions for you, though. So what is the process that's in place to identify which of these officers don't want their name on the list?
Why would you want to identify an officer in something they don't want to be identified in?
Well, you have to ask. I thought when you said there are officers who don't want their name on the list, someone had inquired and they'd said, I don't want my name on the list. Okay?
They
Is
have
that
the
right
ability-
or not?
Yes, they have the ability to reach out
Okay.
to anyone.
So who is doing that? What is that process and how's it moving forward?
They could reach out to any one of our offices and do that. And
So you're waiting for them to say, we're not asking them?
no, they
You're not
already
reaching
have.
out? I'm sorry?
I'm not going to sit here and list names.
I'm not asking you to.
So
I'm not asking you to. I'm just asking what the process is. How many officers are in this universe of people whose names would be listed at this?
I actually don't know the answer to that one.
Okay, is there some sort of task force or entity that's put in place to try and work through this that's doing the job now?
Members of the Capitol Police and other law enforcement agencies went through a very traumatic day. I think that's been highlighted to no end earlier.
Right.
And they have reached out to lots of members of Congress privately to say, please don't add us to this.
All right, how about
For
this? As the chief of the Capitol Police, been contacted to make this inquiry, to try and find out?
I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
They don't want to be on, they don't have to be.
Yeah, because why aren't you at liberty to answer whether somebody's talked to the police chief or not?
Because that's not my place to say who is asking for this. My spot here is to say that they have asked not to be mentioned. If you list everyone else, I think by a simple elimination of all the names that are on the list, you'll know who the people are who don't want to be on the list.
I would have no way of knowing what officers were on duty that day and who wasn't. So to figure out whose names
I mean, it's been pointed out.
should not
there's
be
literally
there, shouldn't we be
thousands of hours of
asking
videos
someone at
everywhere.
the Capitol Police Department?
With the gentleman yield,
I will.
I appreciate that very much. I just wanted to point out, if you read the plaque, there are no individual names on it. It is the departments. It is the various organizations that were policing authorities. I don't know why we're discussing individual names. These are names of organizations.
I
Yes.
get that, but the letter of the law specifically
gentleman.
says right here that it has to list every single person in every single department.
Okay, let me get back to, let me reclaim my time. Who's figuring out what names, yeah, should not be listed? Who's figuring out who doesn't want their names on there? Who's making the inquiry either to the chief of the Capitol Police or through some other means? Could be the union, I suppose. There's got to be a way to figure it out, though, right? In less than 3 years?
So if you're asking me who's making the decision to not, ask that question again, just so we're clear on what you're asking me.
Okay. Is there some apparatus in place? So this was passed, you said 3 years ago? Is that right?
March 2022.
Okay, 2.5 years. Okay. Who's trying to figure out who doesn't want their names on there? Is that somebody at the Capitol Police? Is there somebody that the speakers put in place? What do we do? Are we just kind of wait until the phone rings?
So it sounds like you're trying to get a list of names. Of
I am not trying to get a list.
If you ask
I'm
me a
trying to
question, you
figure out
want the
who
answer
is
now.
getting the list to make sure that their name isn't on there. Because what the last thing we want is to chisel the names in there, and then somebody comes up and says, I don't want their name on there. Seems to me we should figure it out in advance, and that 2.5 years is more than enough time to figure it out. I don't know how many police officers were on duty that day, but I will.
Mr. Chairman, on December of 2022, the four corners met and agreed on a process. In fact, the language of this, bill was offered by someone on your side of the aisle. There was never an agreement for the names to be chiseled on the plaque. It is a digital kiosk that will have the names, and the plaque has the names of the agencies, the law enforcement agencies. Now, people that don't want to be on the digital book could choose to say so, and I'm sure that they could be omitted. So we're not splicing atoms here.
Yeah.
This is doable.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I will yield back, but it does sound like this is something that really could have been figured out in 3 years, 2.5 years. So with that, I'll yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment?
Good.
Is the gentleman from California is recognized to address the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield to the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. DeLauro.
Certainly appropriate. Gentleman is
This
recognized.
has been sorted out. This has all been sorted out. It's almost 3 years. My God, you can put up a building in 3 years. We have a small plaque here that we just want to get on a wall, and there's plenty of space in this room to put it up. You hadn't find a place. But as I understand this, to just get around the issue of names or not names, is that the four corners came together. Democrats, Republicans came together and said, we have a digital registry of everyone, and what we're going to do to solve this problem is we're going to put up the names of the enforcement agencies. That covers it. It doesn't have any specific name on it. The fact of the matter is that it goes back to you don't want to recognize, maybe the speaker doesn't want to recognize, the president doesn't recognize that January 6th existed. And these men and women, they gave their lives. And the rest of them who didn't saved our lives. And why we can't internalize that in some way and put up a plaque that does some honor. Honestly, we bring dishonor on ourselves for not wanting to do this in their name. By God, who are we? It is a plaque that says, thank you. Thank you for your service. My God, we say that to every person who comes in the room with a hat that said they served. Thank you for their service. And yet we're not willing to say thank you for the men and women who are out there every day for us. They make it easier for us every single day. And many of us, and I do. I walk by, whenever I walk by, I look and I say, thanks. Thank you. If you didn't have that experience that day, say thank God. Because those of us who did, while we think it doesn't affect us, every time I bring up this story, I want to cry about it because of what we went through that day, you know? And we also say thank you to them, but we say thank you to their families. that the work of your spouse was recognized, because it's not just the individual who suffers, their families suffer as well. I thank the gentleman for the time. Let us put up this plaque. Let's stand together the way we stood on 9/11. On 9/11, we stood on the Capitol steps that night, Democrats and Republicans, and we sang "God Bless America," holding hands so that we said that the government was standing and that we are together. Let's show this country that we are. God bless this country. God bless the men and women who helped to save our lives that day. Yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to address the amendment?
Good, good.
Seeing none, the vote is now, oh, no, excuse me. Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we've witnessed here, much more than floor speeches, is the testimony of people that are still very much hurt, and I may add, traumatized by what occurred that day. It is somewhat incredible that is only felt on one side of the aisle. I believe very strongly that you feel it too. You may want to hold your macho face. You may want to look tough and unbreakable. But I know that those of you that were there, I saw you in the Ways and Means room, and you were afraid. So you must be feeling this as well. So this is a collective trauma that has lingered on for years, and all we're asking is for the recognition on the plaque of the departments. They're listed there, one by one. It is not the names, it's the departments of the men and women of the Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police Department of Washington, D.C. And we want to recognize them the way we would do when an officer, unfortunately, is shot and killed in our neighborhoods, in our cities that we represent. When something horrible happens in a police department, in one of the districts that we represent, we want to recognize the men and women in blue, and we're asking you to stand up. Let's do the right thing, Mr. Chairman. Let's hang this plaque once and for all. Let's remember January 6th for what it was. Thank you, and I yield back.
The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Sufficient support having been shown, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Aye. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Aye. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn.
Aye.
Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Aye. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Capter.
Aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any any members wishing to be recorded or change their vote? Gentleman from Ohio,
Mr. Joyce, no.
gentleman from Indiana.
Mr. Mervan, aye.
Are there any others? I don't want anybody to miss this vote. Seeing none, the clerks will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Votes have been called. Accordingly, the committee stands in recess, subject to call of the chair.
gas. GAO's investigations prompted Senator Braun, a Republican, to request audits after discovering losses of $60 billion annually to fraud. These schemes particularly harm rural districts where seniors are more vulnerable to fraud. GAO is protecting the veterans and seniors in Republican and Democratic states alike. GAO is not a political entity. It is an independent legislative branch agency that makes sure that things are done efficiently and follows the law. And it is one of the best returns on investment in government. You know what's not a good investment is the wasteful $400 million to give President Trump a luxury jumbo jet. I urge my colleagues to actually support cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, and I support my amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from California, Mr. Valadeo, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment because funding for the President's aircraft is not within the scope of the legislative branch appropriations bill, and I do not believe this amendment should be considered by this subcommittee or this committee right now. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this amendment. Mr. Chairman, while Democrats tried to scrape together reasonable budget numbers for agencies that have proven a great record of increasing cost savings and efficiency, the president is accepting luxury gifts from a foreign government. Ms. Torres makes a great point. Why is it fair that the GAO controller is having to explain to his staff that more than 2,200 personnel will be let go while the president will be flying around in a $400 million plane? GAO is an agency made up of experts with institutional knowledge about an array of subjects. These public servants have diligently served the agency and Congress for years. We need their services. Without them, we lose an important reporting tool that provides transparency into how our government is functioning. I support this amendment and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of the amendment offered by my good friend, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres. I will just point out in response to the gentleman from California, the subcommittee chair, suggesting that the funding for the president's plane from Qatar, which was a gift, isn't in this bill. Well, the Guantanamo Bay funding that you prohibit from being spent isn't in the Milcon VA bill either, and yet you prohibit money that isn't in my bill from being spent. So doesn't seem to matter in the Milcon VA bill. I'm not sure why it would matter in this one. That having been said, this amendment provides the Government Accountability Office the funding they need to carry out their responsibilities to this body. The GAO is not a political body that swings from left to right with the turn of each administration. They are meant to serve this institution as a tool to conduct proper and legal oversight over the federal government. In fact, sometimes they are needed to serve as a check on other agencies inside of the legislative branch. We used the GAO regularly while I was both the chair and the ranking member with Mr. Adeholt and Chairman Cole of this subcommittee, meaning the legislative branch subcommittee, to ensure accountability and oversight when the Capitol Visitors Center project was over budget and running over its deadline. The GAO helped us get it back on track and finished it without blowing any more timelines or budgets. Now, in my role as ranking member of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, Judge Carter and I have been relying on GAO in the same way to provide accountability for the EHRM, the Electronic Health Records Management implementation at the VA, which is long overdue and billions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars over budget. Congress uses GAO as an important tool to ensure proper accountability and oversight because, believe it or not, those things are not as easy as just getting a gavel or holding some hearings. And I get it. It is always easier to wish the cops on the road aren't paying attention when you're the ones that are in a hurry or breaking a rule, but that would be reckless for you, those around you, and the people getting on the road after you. Cutting Congress's cop on the beat of waste, fraud, and abuse, which we supposedly all care about fighting, is just as reckless and short-sighted as that, and will make it far harder for the GAO to conduct proper oversight for the administrations to come. Don't know why we'd hamstring and hogtie our own watchdog that even is helping us make sure that we can prevent waste, fraud, and abuse within our own agencies. For the party of Doge to want to gut the people who have delivered real results for the American taxpayer, it reeks of accountability for thee, but not for me. GAO has been the constant and effective guardrail that reports to Congress and helps us do our work. For all of these reasons, I strongly support the gentlelady's amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I rise in support of the Tories amendment that would ask the GAO to take a close look at this plane that ended up in possession from Qatar here in our country. Why is it needed? Because Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth accepted the jet to be used, according to the latest press reports, as Air Force One, or it's in the hands of the Air Force. Now, we're told the value is somewhere over $400 billion, $400 million from a foreign interest, and that's what's got me interested. On behalf of the President of the United States, a foreign interest, by the way, that is a despotic monarchy. It's not a democracy. That wouldn't make any difference. He shouldn't be accepting a plane worth $400 million plus in any case, but American taxpayers shouldn't have to foot the bill for any president to receive, retrofit, or ride in a luxury jet handed over by a foreign government. Not the Trump administration, not any U.S. administration. Now, we have better planes in our country, Air Force One itself, but what's unclear about this particular plane is what's in it and what isn't in it. We have much more secure security devices inside current craft used by the President of the United States. We have, I won't say jamming gear, but we have much higher levels and more modern technologies inside the plane that the President flies on right now. So why should we have to fix this plane up? I think we would be better to raffle it off and use the money for other extremely important defense needs that we have in this country, and it should not go into the President's personal possession when he leaves office. I want to go back to something President Eisenhower said a long time ago. Someone who was a highly regarded veteran, 5-star general, he got rid of the presidential yacht. It's good to remember this history. He called it a needless luxury. I urge my friends on both sides of the aisle to remove needless luxuries, stand up for fiscal restraint, honor over excess, fiscal restraint, not indulgence in vanity. I urge the committee to stop this reckless spending, support this amendment, sell the plane and let's use the money for other purposes, say yes to integrity, accountability, and real fiscal discipline. Urging a vote on behalf of the Tories amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members on both sides of the aisle call on GAO for investigations. Nearly 70% of GAO requests investigating the Obama and Biden administrations came from Republicans. But right now, because GAO is conducting nearly 40 investigations into the Trump administration, breaking the law by freezing or canceling appropriated funds, Republicans want to gut it. This is hypocrisy. Maybe there are so many investigations because Trump and his minions don't care about the law. We should all be outraged, but instead, this bill tries to gut the very agency that is giving the American people the truth about what is happening. If my Republican colleagues cared about waste, then they wouldn't support wasting $400 million of taxpayer dollars to give Trump a private jumbo jet. Instead, they would be supporting investing in GAO to make the government run more efficiently. I call on my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. The questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair is the noes have it. Roll call has been requested, sufficient number of hands having been raised. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor.
Aye.
Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member, excuse me, does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Clyburn, aye.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Clyde, no.
Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Franklin, no.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Klein, no.
Gentlelady from Washington State.
Ms. Perez, aye.
Gentlelady from Florida.
Ms. Frankel, aye.
Are there any other members wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments for discussion? Gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Gentleman might want to turn the mic on. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this is the legislative branch. This is not the executive branch. There is a separation of powers. We cannot stand idly by while our Constitution is challenged. We must uphold the law. This amendment ensures that the Library of Congress keeps its data safe from interference by Dodge teams. Now, you may think that the Library of Congress only has books and exhibits, but it actually has sensitive data. It has confidential information and personal identifiable information. The library prioritizes in protecting confidentiality, and it has a privacy policy in place to protect user data. Dodge should stay in the executive lane and not in our library that belongs, in fact, not to the legislative branch, not to the executive branch, not to the judicial branch, but to the American people. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. I ask for everyone to support this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from California is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment. Mr. Chairman, I recognize Ranking Members Espaillat's concerns. While DOJ has communicated with various legislative branch agencies, access has been denied because they are a separate branch of government, as was articulated. Therefore, this amendment is unnecessary, and so I recommend a no vote, and I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to address this amendment? There's no further debate. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Again, the Library of Congress has been hit with a severe cut. Its librarian was summarily dismissed, and I may add arbitrarily dismissed by the president. And now, of course, DOJ has placed his eyes on the data that's there, that, as I mentioned before, is confidential, sensitive, and violates a privacy policy. So again, I ask for all my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentleman's requested recorded vote. Sufficient number of hands having been raised, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn.
Aye.
Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Mr. Loro.
Aye.
Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat.
Aye.
Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor.
Aye.
Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo.
No.
Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentlelady from New York?
Ms. Ming, aye.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania?
Ms. Dean, aye.
Gentleman from Georgia?
Mr. Clyde, no.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Cuellar, aye.
Are there any other members wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Espiat, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer an amendment, Espaillat 4, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, over the last few years, I have heard from many members on both sides of the aisle regarding security for themselves, but most importantly for their families, staff, to whom they perceive there is a clear and present danger. I know this subject is very sensitive, as many of our colleagues received daily threats, and our prayers and our support goes out to them, their families, and friends. While there are funds included in the bill for member safety, we must really do more to address safety in our districts as well. Member threats are on the rise. The Capitol Police is reporting over 7,000 threat assessment cases so far this calendar year. We are at pace to far exceed the 2024 total of over 9,000 cases. We may not be able to solve this issue today, but we must agree to work together on a solution. This is an important issue, a critical issue for both sides, and I pray that we can address this quickly. Let's not wait until a tragedy hits either side or both for us to act on this. Mr. Chairman, I will be withdrawing this amendment, and I will not be presenting amendments 4, 5, 6, and 7 with the intention that we continue to have conversations and dialogue so that we can bring forward a plan that supports and protects all of us. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I think the chairman of the subcommittee wanted to make a quick comment, if he might.
No, I
The gentleman's
appreciate,
recognized.
I appreciate the gentleman withdrawing the amendment. It is something that we have taken very seriously, and there are a lot of members who have reached out about this dialogue, and we do want to continue this conversation. I know we talked about it yesterday on the House floor. We are waiting for the Sergeant Arms to come out with their report, and we will work forward with leadership and the committee to address this in the most proper fashion possible. So thank you.
Gentleman from New York, I know wanted to address this issue quickly as well, so gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the subcommittee chair, Mr. Valadeo, and my longtime dear friend, Mr. Espiat, and appreciate just thought I would just take a moment, if I can, to just address what our amendments would have done, and I appreciate Mr. Espiat's indication that we withdraw it. There's 4 pieces that we feel are important, particularly as an initial first step, and to address all the concerns that members on both sides of the aisle have rightly raised for themselves, for their families, and for their staff members. And I think these are appropriate. The amendments would provide for two different positions within each member's staff, a dedicated funding for a law enforcement coordinator. Right now, those positions are largely part-time, and they're in addition to other members of a staff's other duties. This would dedicate someone to do it exclusively, primarily in their district, but to be looking at their schedule and coordinating with local law enforcement, state police, et cetera. The second would create a member security agent. Again, someone to be with an individual member at events publicly, would have minimum requirements that would be approved by the Sergeant of Arms. Neither of these positions would implicate the MRA, the Members Representational Allowance, or the statutory staff cap. The amendment further provides additional money for law enforcement agencies that support the Capitol Police. We have a memorandum or a mutual aid agreement right now. This would add additional dollars to that. And finally, provide through the Capitol Police and the Sergeant at Arms contract security when necessary. Earlier this afternoon, Leader Jeffries and I concluded a very productive meeting with Speaker Johnson and House Administration Chair Brian Stile. I appreciate the Speaker's sincerity in working with us on this important matter. The Speaker and Leader agreed that Chairman Stile and I will continue to meet with our colleagues and appropriators to meet and talk, and hopefully we'll be able to reach an agreement that's bipartisan and between authorizers and appropriators to do what we can to keep our members, our staff, our constituents safe. And I look forward to that and appreciate the indulgence of all the individuals who continue to work in the interest of the members and families and staff. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. There's no further debate, but the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said before, this is an incredibly important issue. We owe it to ourselves, our families, and each other to figure out a way forward. We owe it to our constituents. They need to know that their elected representatives can seek to fulfill the will of the people without fear of violence. Thank you, and I withdraw my amendment and yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized for an amendment.
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to offer an amendment that should be unanimous. It extends basic, common sense workplace protections to new moms who choose to breastfeed. These are the moms who work right here in the U.S. House of Representatives and across the legislative branch. I'm talking about the same protections that already exist for moms across the rest of the federal government, thanks to the PUMP Act, which was signed into law with bipartisan support in 2023. As a co-lead of this long overdue legislation, I know firsthand how critical the protections in the PUMP Act are for new mothers. Yet the bill before us today treats legislative branch staff worse than workers in any other federal agency by refusing to extend those same safeguards. That means no secure pumping rooms, no guaranteed break times, no respect for new moms in the heart of our democracy. Every parent should be able to pump safely and privately at work. As a nurse, I know how beneficial breastfeeding can be for the health of both mom and baby. And I also know what happens when these protections are denied: painful infections, reduced milk supply, harassment, docked pay, and even job loss. My legislation helped close these gaps for nearly 9 million women. Congress should be leading by example, but right now we're falling behind. This is about doing right by the people who keep this institution running. We are only able to be here doing our jobs because they are here doing theirs. And the best part, according to the Congressional Budget Office, this wouldn't cost a thing. It doesn't cost us a dime. We can do the right thing for our staff and their families without adding a single penny to the federal budget. This doesn't need to be a fight. This is something that we can fix today. And so I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from California, Mr. Valadeo, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise reluctantly in opposition to this amendment. Mr. Chairman, this amendment text amends an act that is not the jurisdiction of this committee and we defer to the authorizing colleagues regarding further extensions of this legislation. This committee continues to have bipartisan history of supporting family facilities in the House, and we continue to support new mothers with appropriate facilities across the House campus. As noted in the report, we appreciate the efforts of the architect of the Capitol and the attending physician who provide a clean and safe and private environment for mothers. I had the pleasure of supporting amendments or requests like Mr. Moore's to have the Sergeant at Arms submit a report providing recommendations on designated parking spaces for expectant mothers, which was also in the report. Furthermore, based on the requirements of the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act, the Pregnancy Discrimination Act, Americans with Disabilities Act, the House is already in compliance with the spirit of the PUMP Act. And I encourage my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from New York is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I rise in support of Ms. Underwood's amendment. New mothers returning to the workforce after childbirth deserve to have access to a safe space without disruptions to support their family needs. Ms. Underwood was successful in getting the PUMP Act signed into law, and it is crucial that these protections are extended to all congressional employees. This is a common sense amendment that will benefit the health of mothers and children, while also ensuring that our workplace is an inclusive space. When we make the workplace a better place for mothers and families, new moms are respected. I support this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Procedurally, I just want to make sure that we're all clear that it is entirely possible for us to put this amendment on this bill. And the only time it's a problem when you're, quote, legislating on an appropriations bill is if an authorizing committee calls a point of order on the bill when the bill comes to the floor. It is a very simple matter to communicate between an appropriations subcommittee chair and a authorizing chair to get agreement that this language, that authorizing language is acceptable in our appropriations bill. I know because I've done it. I was able to work with then Chairman Rowe of the VA committee when I chaired the Milcon VA subcommittee to get authorizing language into our bill. It was no problem, and we skipped along very nicely, and it is now law. So procedurally, there is no issue. There's no prohibition to put this language in this bill. What is unbelievable to me, honestly, is, and that I was shocked and deeply disappointed, was that we're having this debate at all. I actually had to ask my staff to double check whether this was a mistake, but apparently it was not. I mean, the PUMP Act is simple and very familiar to most of us here. Just 3 years ago, Congress passed a bill and its final version was included in an appropriations package. The PUMP Act extends workplace protections to nursing mothers from the standards set in the Bipartisan Break Time for Nursing Mothers Act, including things, as the sponsor of the amendment said, like reasonable break time to nurse and a private place to pump for new mothers. But this amendment is simpler than all of that because it would simply ensure that the law we passed applies to the women serving in the legislative branch, the mothers who research, write, and pass the legislation that improves the lives of all of our constituents. And I'll yield to any member who wants to get up and explain to me why we should oppose expanding these protections to our staff on a non-existent procedural matter. This isn't about changing the law. This is about making sure that the women who work for the legislative branch enjoy the same protections as almost every other American worker. Just a few months ago, the House was having a heated debate over the discharge petition filed by Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen of Colorado and Anna Paulina Luna of Florida to give new moms in the House the ability to continue to serve their constituents by allowing proxy voting after the birth of their child. During that debate, the Speaker and Republican leadership were tripping over themselves to explain to everyone how much they wanted to support women and families while opposing the change. Well, clearly those words were hollow, because here we are not even half a year later and House Republicans have left this provision out of the bill and refused to include it in the manager's amendment. Our staff work both day and night to help us serve our constituents. If new mothers working in Congress need to take time to pump in order to feed their baby, it is outrageous that we would not provide the same accommodations as their counterparts in the executive branch or the private sector that are already protected in law. This is basic humanity and decency. Voting against this amendment makes it harder for new mothers to continue to be public servants. And I can tell you firsthand, as someone who was already an elected official when I gave birth to my twins and my youngest daughter, being a new parent is not always easy to begin with. Where and when are new moms who work for us supposed to pump? In a bathroom stall? And when would they do that? We have to do better as an institution. I thought this debate was settled long ago. And let's be honest, 98% of the staff on the Hill work in a packed office and are lucky to have a cubicle with walls tall enough for people to not see in when they are walking past them. Most staff have to use phone booths, closets, and the hallways to even have a semi-private conversation. That is why this amendment is so important. Legislative branch staff who are juggling immense responsibilities deserve to know they will have the time and private physical space necessary to pump or breastfeed. And please don't tell me that the bathroom should be good enough. Many breast pumps require power outlets to operate, so the next time you use a restroom in these buildings, look to see if there are outlets in the stalls. Spoiler alert, there are not. As I look around this room and see women members and staffers, I know this common sense amendment is the right thing to do. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment for all the women who work in these halls and all the women that I hope will run for Congress and work in this place after us. And I urge the subcommittee chairman to communicate with the two authorizing chairs to work it out so that we can add this language to the appropriations bill and send it to the president whenever the final bills go to his desk for signature, because our staff deserve the same treatment and accommodations that we give to everyone else in federal law now. And I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentlelady from Iowa is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, as someone who was one of those working mothers who chose to breastfeed, and my boys are well beyond that now, 14 and 12, but I did go back to work and did this for a significant amount of time, where I had to do this myself and figure out where I was going to pump. And I did have to pump in a bathroom in 2011 and in 2013. So I've been there, I've experienced it myself, of getting all the parts out, washing everything out, and having to deal with that myself. But guess what? We have accommodations here in the U.S. Capitol, so this amendment, unfortunately, is not necessary because we are already following the spirit of this law. And if you look at the U.S. Capitol lactation spaces and what's laid out here, lactation suites are available throughout the U.S. Capitol complex 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. These are private spaces that women can go to pump so they can continue to feed their babies breast milk if they choose. We have those facilities in Cannon, Longworth, Rayburn, Ford, O'Neill, U.S. Capitol, Dirksen, Russell, and Hart. So there are places, and these facilities are accessible to all women. You can work with the attending physician to do that. Now, I do think we need to do a better job of making sure that everybody knows that these facilities are available, because I recently saw someone in the 4th floor bathroom pumping up there. So we know that women are still choosing to pump in the bathroom, whether that's their choice or they know this is available. I think we can do a better job of that, which is why the language is in the report, Nursing Mothers Locations. The committee commends the AOC for its role in maintaining private areas for nursing mothers throughout the Capitol complex. The committee encourages the Office of Attending Physician to make these services known to the congressional community. So I will encourage everyone in here and everybody who's a boss to a mother coming back from maternity leave to make sure their employees know that these rooms are available to them, and they can use them so they can continue to feed their babies. So again, I rise in opposition to this amendment. These facilities are available, and Congress needs to do a better job of making sure everybody knows that they are available. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlelady. Gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Lee, is recognized to address the amendment.
I thank the gentlewoman from Iowa for clearing up that there is space here. But this amendment isn't just about space. It's about workplace rights for the women who work in the Capitol, so that they are afforded the time, and it is their right to have the time to be able to breastfeed. So we've taken care of the space. That's great. So I don't understand why you would oppose this if you are committed to making sure that we provide for women so that they have the ability to breastfeed on the job. And with that, I urge a yes vote.
Thank the gentlelady. Gentlelady from Oklahoma is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to reiterate what my colleague from Iowa said, that this really is unnecessary. And I am very honored to speak on behalf of my employee, who gave birth to Collins just a few months ago, has returned to work and is currently using the facilities that are being provided by the AOC for lactation for her daughter. To the gentlelady from Nevada who mentioned the time, look, if you are a boss and you are not providing time to your employee for lactation, that's an issue. That's an issue on you as an office and could be a violation of workplace rights writ large. So I don't know why we're wanting to push something that's really already covered under law, being provided spaces to participate. There was a comment made that it's not a secure or private space. It's interesting because these actual spaces are private. You have to either use your badge to get into them or use a code to get into them. I've been told that they are fantastic spaces. So we should be doing everything as offices to support our moms that are wanting to participate in taking care of those babies. And I think that we're doing the right thing now by making sure that we have these facilities available and we are offering them the time necessary. And I would reiterate that I think this is unnecessary and more divisive than it needs to be. So with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great that we've asserted that we have the space. Let's take that off the table. What I agree with the gentlelady from Oklahoma about is it is an issue if moms do not have the time. And her words, it would be an issue. It would be an issue, but it would be a non-issue if it were in law. And we've got to think about not just the employees who work for us. Let's think about the employees, other employees who don't work for a member of Congress. Let's assume, and this may be a very generous assumption, that every member of Congress is going to give their employee, a new mom, the time to nurse, to pump so that she can continue to nurse her baby. Can we make that same assumption for janitors who work in this building or administrative staff who work in this building? They are not guaranteed the time unless we vote for this amendment. So let's vote for this amendment so that it's not an issue. It's as simple as that. The space is available. Now let's make sure these women, these moms, are given the time. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? There's no further debate. The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Throughout this discussion, it's been clear to me that my colleagues across the aisle want to make sure that our workplace, the U.S. House of Representatives, the legislative branch, is an accommodating workplace for new mothers who want to be able to breastfeed their children. I think that there may be some assumptions made about their ability to do so. And so perhaps if we could have the humility to just pause our confidence for a moment and consider that as legislators, we may be wrong, and perhaps an additional protection is needed. What we are here as your colleague telling you is that these staff who work in this space do not have the time that is protected in their workday to pump. And all we are asking is for you to affirm that right. I hope you will vote yes. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support having been shown, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Aye. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. No. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siskamani. Mr. Siskamani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn.
Aye.
Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter.
Aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Sletlow. Ms. Sletlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Georgia?
Mr. Clyde, no.
Are there any other members wishing to record or change their vote? If not, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Is there further amendment or discussion?